Okay, we'll bring tonight's meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Kemp. Here. Councilmember Renagi.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones. Here. Mayor Orgill.
Here. Okay, we'll start with Appeal A. Design Review 2025-1819 and CDP 2025-1820 at 399 Pearl Street.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just before we get started, I'd like to ask for disclosures. Do any of the council members have any disclosures?
Yeah, I met with the applicant and the appellant.
I met with the Fluence and I had a phone conversation with Steve Kawaratani.
I met with Steve Kawaratani and the architect.
I don't have any disclosures.
I visited the properties and had a conversation with the appellant. Okay, we'll open the public hearing and start with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, City Council. I'll be turning the presentation over to Brenda Wisniewski. This is a new face before the City Council. She's been a wonderful addition to the team, has been with us for about 9 months at this point. And with that, we'll turn it over to Brenda for a brief staff presentation summarizing tonight's staff report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Orgill, council members. Tonight, you are considering an appeal of the Design Review Board's approval of a project at 399 Pearl Street. The item was approved on April 9th, and it's before you tonight for consideration. The project site is located at the corner of Pearl Street and Catalina. It's a 6,000 square foot lot that's approved with a 2,200 square foot single family home and attached garage. The surrounding neighborhood consists of other similar styled homes with a single and 2 stories. And it also includes the site has a variance that has been approved for the front yard and the rear yard areas. And just to orient you, when I refer to the front and rear yard, the front is actually on Pearl Street and the rear yard is along Catalina. So the sides would be on Catalina and then 967 Pearl Street. So the image to the right there is actually the front yard. Just a little background, the Design Review Board considered the project at several hearings. The more substantial discussions occurred first on November 13th, 2025. And following discussion as well as receipt of public testimony, concerns were expressed by the neighbors at 967 Pearl Street related to privacy as well as massing. So the Design Review Board required the applicant to go back and revise the project to address some of those concerns. The project returned to the Design Review Board on January 22nd, and they considered revisions that include further setbacks of the ADU, the reduction of the single-family home, and the further articulation of the Design Review Board, the ADU itself. On March 12th, the project was brought back to the Design Review Board. However, following further design revisions by the applicant, a trellis was proposed to soften the elevation as reviewed by the neighbor's home, and that trellis did require a variance. So the project came back to the Design Review Board on April 9th, and on April 9th, actually the trellis was removed. So following consideration of that trellis as well as other revisions that include additional landscaping, the DRB did approve the project with 3-to-1 vote. Following that, on April 23rd, the project was appealed. So I wanted to go into a little more detail about the project itself. We'll refer to it as the second revised project because several revisions were made. The final result was a project that included a 276 addition to the single-family home. The home single-family did reduce in height to comply with the development standards by 2 feet. This shows you a comparison of the existing to the left. On the right is the proposed project that shows an addition to the second story and maintaining a single-story element along the Pearl Street. This is a view from Catalina Street, and as you can see here on the left is the second-story ADU that resulted in a total square footage of 944 square feet. You can see that on the left there, as well as maintaining the single-story element again at the corner. The ultimate entitlements did include a design review for the single-story addition, the single-family addition, as well as a coastal development permit for the ADU, as well as an increase to building site coverage. So more to that in just a bit. This is a view that helps you understand the orientation of the appellant's home to the left at 967 Pearl Street and the proposed project, which is at a higher elevation, approximate 12 feet change in elevation. So it really did create some challenges related to how to minimize the effect of the addition, as well as ensure there's privacy. So the end result, following the DRB's approval, did result, again, some further setback of the upper floors. The ADU itself, the lower floor, did result in a required setback of 24 feet from the side yard, and the upper level, a further setback of 26.5 feet. To further soften the articulation of the building itself, extensive landscaping was requested. There's a planter that's at the second level area along the second level of the ADU, as well as additional landscaping. And I included to the right an existing tree that's located on the property that, again, was a condition of approval for that to be maintained to ensure that there's some additional screening. Here is a site plan of the project. The yellow is the existing footprint of the single-family home. The red is the addition that the single-family home is proposing of 275 square feet. The ADU is in blue. As you can see, the setback from the side yard area. And the green is the landscape trellis that was first proposed to be in the setback of the rear yard. It was later relocated to not require the variance. And again, the other green strip is the planter that's proposed at the second level. To the right, a list of 10 conditions or revisions that were made throughout the project hearing process. Some of them include further stepping the ADU back from the side yard, upper level setbacks, as well as landscaping. Another significant revision was there is a deck that was proposed in the rear yard of the ADU, that would be basically in the side yard of adjacent to 967 Pearl. That was reduced in size and required to be located no more than 13 feet, no less than 13 feet from the side property lines, again, providing greater separation from the neighbor's backyard. To ensure that the revisions that were discussed at the DRB hearing, a list of conditions were included in the approved adoption of the resolution, and these are just reflective of the revisions I just mentioned to you. The appeal that was filed generally focuses on 5 different areas. First, contesting procedural questions. The other, questioning whether the findings were appropriately made, as well as precedent-setting issues. So going into each of these 5 areas, the first related to procedural issues. This relates to the trellis itself. The contention relates to the fact that the trellis was first proposed in the public hearing process. It was staked, and then prior to the hearing, the trellis was removed. Therefore, the variance was eliminated as well. The appellants contend that they should have been notified of this, the item should have been renoticed, and the trellis had been restaked. However, staff does not agree with this contention, but the fact that the trellis was relocated to an area that no longer required it to be staked, as well as it did not require any other of entitlements. Coupled with the fact that the statement was made prior to the public testimony being collected that evening, where the appellant was aware that the trellis was being relocated. The next contention relates to building site coverage. The proposed project proposes to increase the building site coverage to 47.8%, while 35.5% is the required standard. 39.5%. That's an 8.3 point increase. The Design Review Board reviewed this issue significantly, and that is one of the reasons why we have a negative vote on with the vote of the board members. However, the board members that did vote positively, they did focus on the fact that the ADU was appropriately located next to the existing 2-story element of the single-family home, maintaining a single-story element at the front of the home along Pearl Street and Catalina, which ensured that we maintained openness from the street as well as views from the neighboring properties. They recognized the fact that the neighborhood included already a combination of single-story and two-story elements, and they thought that was an important component for this home to ensure that the neighborhood development patterns were maintained. The appellant would pointed out that an alternative design was presented during the hearing process. The appellant presented a two-story ADU that would have been located on top of the single-story component of the single-family home. That was discussed by the DRB, and that would have created an issue related to, again, not maintaining the views from the surrounding properties, and they felt that a two-story element at the front of the property would not have been consistent with the neighborhood patterns. Therefore, the building site coverage was justified. The findings of the board were echoed in their testimony. As shown here, each of the board members discussed view equity based upon the fact that the two-story was located at the rear of the property, as well as the fact that this was consistent with neighborhood development patterns. And lastly, by putting it on the rear side, then they would heavily impact in views if it was on the front. The third contention relates to the design review criteria as well as the building site coverage criteria. The first, building site coverage, I have covered that extensively in our previous slides. The design review criteria, is important to know that the design review only focuses on the single family element itself. Design review is not applicable to the accessory dwelling unit. So in that, the single family home addition was limited to a 276 square foot addition that was located on the interior of the home. That was not an issue related to neighborhood compatibility or development patterns. The fourth contention relates to the landscaping, claiming that it was used for mitigation to meet the building site coverage requirements. However, as mentioned in the early discussions, the building site criteria was based upon the single-story elements as well as the fact that we were maintaining views. It did not in any way look at landscaping as a component of that. The landscaping was discussed extensively at the design review board solely for the purposes of mitigating the impacts to the property owners at 967 to ensure that we're softening the structure as well as providing privacy. The last contention relates to whether or not the building site coverage increase creates precedent. Building site coverage is a site-by-site, project-by-project analysis. Therefore, we do not see any precedent created by this. Coupled with the fact that the building site coverage criteria was justified through the adoption of the DRB's resolution, as well as the testimony provided by the board themselves. The council has several options tonight. The first is the recommended action by the staff to support the DRB's action. The second, you can modify the conditions of approval. Third, the council may decide to deny the project, in which case staff would bring back a resolution for your consideration. Or the fourth, you could send the project back to the DRB for further evaluation. As I mentioned, the vote by the DRB was a 3-1 vote. Therefore, your standards of review are somewhat different and they're listed here. The coastal development permit is another type of standard review, which I'm sure you are familiar with, as well as the abuse of discretion. The definition is provided here for your consideration. I want to point out that we did receive several correspondences in the last few days following the staff report and posting. We have reviewed those correspondences. The most recent was one received last night that had a pretty extensive analysis questioning some of the data that was presented by the applicant. Staff has reviewed that information on a high level, and by the fact that we've received it late, we did not feel that we have any concerns with the information that's been presented to date. If the council wishes to discuss this further, we're happy to do so. With that, staff is recommending approval of the resolution to deny the appeal and sustain the board's approval. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff from council?
Just one question for the city attorney, which is, given the number of hearings we've had, one of the options that was outlined was a remand to design review. Is that truly an option in this case?
Correct. So the number of hearings for this item is a function of a few continuances from the design review board, but also request from the applicant to continue, as well as a change in project scope that required at least staff's processing and potential analysis of a different entitlement, i.e. the variance. Once again, that's not before you tonight. That was a previous iteration of the project. So in that context, yes, I believe a remand is possible.
Other questions? None. I'll open public testimony, allowing, starting with appellant presentation, allowing 5 minutes. Do we have the appellant presentation? After that, we'll have persons in support of the appeal, allowing 3 minutes for that testimony.
Thank you. Could you please pull up the PowerPoint I submitted earlier? Kendra Carney-Mayer, on behalf of the Fluence. And then how do I change?
You say next.
Say next slide. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Orgill and members of the council. My name is Kendra Carney-Mayer, and I am representing the appellants, the Fluence, who own and reside at 367 Pearl. On the appeal from the board's 3-to-1 approval of the proposed project at 399 Pearl, immediately adjacent. Next slide, please. At the outset, we acknowledge that Laguna Beach has a deep commitment to preserving the character, pattern, and scale of its neighborhoods, a priority reflected in the general plan, the design review process, and the code's site coverage limits. We do not oppose development at 399 Pearl, nor an ADU on the parcel. Our objection is narrow. This approval departs from the code-compliant baseline the city adopted to protect communities like Woods Cove. Your review tonight is de novo. Under Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.5, the question is whether the city has proceeded as the law requires and whether its findings are supported by substantial evidence. On the record before you today, they are not. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of 399 Pearl, an already large home on a small corner lot amid smaller homes. My clients are the downhill neighbor to the left here at 367. And this parcel is not a blank slate. It is a home already built by variances, encroaching into the front and rear yards on conditions that mature landscaping and the slope be maintained for privacy. The design being appealed relies upon the exceptions to the building envelope as a baseline. So this extended version as a baseline, not the setbacks that are already applied to other homes in the community. This is an overdeveloped property that already obtained 2 deviations from the code. Against that already stretched baseline, the project now seeks a further deviation from the code, a 21% coverage increase, and adds the ADU's height and mass. This is anomalous in the neighborhood and creates the appearance of a massive 3-story home that towers over its neighbor. Next slide, please. The project's harms are concrete. It obstructs views. The applicant's letter says the 409 Pearl Ocean view across the street remains unobstructed. But as the story polls show here in red, the proposed roofline sits directly in that view corridor. And the owner of 409 Pearl has said twice on the record that his view is impacted. In November, that he loses a bit of view, and in April, that he loses the view of San Clemente Island. That is not preservation. It also does not fit. Next slide, please. At 3,766 proposed square feet on a 5,998-foot lot with a 62.8% floor area ratio, the project is roughly double the neighborhood norm on every measure of bulk and scale. The largest home in the 63 property survey we provided it will be the largest home on a 63 property survey on a below median lot. Nothing else in the immediate vicinity pairs a home over 3,000 square feet with a lot under 7,000. It also intrudes on my client's privacy, putting new deck and ADU level habitation and a trellis mass looming over their significantly lower property. The proposal does not preserve privacy by maintaining vegetation. It brings habitation closer to the property line, appearing practically on top of my client's patio. Next slide, please. Those harms create two independent grounds for denial, and either one alone requires reversal. Next slide, please. First, coastal development permit. The ADU triggers a CDP, which requires the finding that the whole integrated project conforms to the local coastal program, including visual compatibility. That finding must be evidence-based, and the record drawn from assessor data, city GIS, and the applicant's own plans shows this project at roughly double the neighborhood norm on every measure. The design and story polls show, and the numbers absolutely confirm, that this proposal is not visually compatible with the neighborhood. On that record, you cannot make the compatibility finding. Next slide, please. Second, the lots cap by code is 39.5%. The board approved a modification allowing a 21% exceedance. The code does not create a balancing test. The code creates a bright line requirement of necessity, and no aspect of this project has been shown necessary. As a result, we respectfully request that you grant the appeal this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll allow 3 minutes for people in support of the appeal.
Do you need me to sign in? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Orgel and his other fellow council members and important staff members. In respect to our shared limited time, I will read directly from my public comments to you. My name is Liz Toomey. For 22 years, I have owned and lived at 341 Pearl Street. My partner and I chose our home because of the Woods Cove neighborhood community and the 2-block access to our public Pearl Street and Woods Cove beaches. Our grandchildren thank us every time they come, which is often. The focus of today's appeal is the proposed ADU at 399 Pearl Street. This project includes, as you well know, a remodel, and a lovely remodel, of the current home and the addition of a 2-story, 2-bedroom ADU. Now, as you think about what I'm saying and others might be saying, I would like you to take this into consideration. Is a 2-story ADU characteristic in a neighborhood known for the Woods Cove cottage neighborhood continuity? Also, how does adding the additional on-street parking needed for a large rental and a 2-bedroom, 2-story ADU think about and respond to and take into consideration the current parking needs and challenges we longtime residents of Pearl Street and Woods Cove, and each one of you probably deal with you in your own community, with the everyday parking needs of those that are coming and enjoying our public beaches? I don't think so. In closing, I understand that you are handcuffed. No, I shouldn't use the word handcuffed, but you are obligated to state rules and observances. But this ADU, does that speak to it? Does that look at? We voted for you to be the voice, each one of you to be the voice of this community and our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. And I am Meg Monahan. I actually live across Pearl Street from this project. We have a street-to-street lot. Our front door is on Flora Street. And the proposed project directly impacts us by its density and its scale. It is clearly not neighborhood compatible, and it doesn't meet the maximum site coverage requirements. The proposed project is 3,766 square feet, while the neighborhood average is 1,650 square feet. The next largest house, the one that's smaller than this one, is 3,749 square feet, but sits on a 14,811 square foot lot. I mean, that's literally 3 times, but the proposed project is 3 times the density as the next largest house. And the problem I have with this, it will encourage future development to be as dense, that will significantly change what's really been a wonderful neighborhood. And many of the homes still hold the same size and scale as their 1930s and 1940s properties. I'd also like to speak to the impact on Linda Fluent's home, which is the neighbor. And despite the applicant's effort to pull it away, it still towers over her only outdoor space and makes it almost unlivable. And in particular, she has her second bedroom that opens up onto that outdoor space, and it will annihilate the privacy to that bedroom. Anyone sitting on the decks above can look down into that yard. So I am asking you to please probably remand this back to the design review board and ask them to pull it back, scale it down, and make it neighborhood compatible in the scale and size. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. In support of the appeal.
Okay. My name is Linda Fluent, and I am old. I'm 85 years old. I've lived at 367 Pearl for decades, and this is my full-time home. I've known Jason Mueller since he was a young boy, actually, and I knew his parents. I know them. I'm sorry. And I'm not making this, for the most part, the people that he has a property there now. For the most part, the people he's rented to over the last months have been kind and considerate. I have no complaint. I'm here because what gets built is permanent. And whoever lives on that deck next door, nice or not, will look directly into my bedroom and hear everything I say on the patio. That does not change with the tenant, it changes with the building. I'm here because the building next door will look directly into my bedroom, directly on my patio, not toward them, into them. That deck will be right there above me, close enough that anyone standing on it sees everything I do, everything I hear. I will hear them too. I sit on the patio every morning, weather permitting. I've done that for decades. That is my private space. Once those windows and deck are built, I lose that forever. They offered landscaping as the answer. Landscaping dies, it gets trimmed, it changes. It depends on the neighbor cooperating with me every year. For all I know, he will rent the ADU as well. Then who will keep up the landscaping? The new tenant. If they do plan it, I lose my light and the air too. That's not a solution. That's a different kind of taking. I've sat through 4 hearings now. I've listened carefully to every time. Through all of it, the number that matters, how much of that lot they're covering, has been 47.78% since the first hearing, and it is still 47.78% today. We asked them for a smaller building, one that has windows facing away from my home, but it just hasn't happened. I'm not asking them to give up the ADU. I'm asking them to build it in a way that doesn't take my privacy. They told us it can be done, that a plan exists. I'm 85. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? My bedroom and patio in the morning and the sun are small things, but they mean a lot to me. I want to thank all of you that have come out to my home and looked, and thanks for your time. And I want to thank my son and my beautiful daughter-in-law who've helped me so much through this, and my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. We can't clap, so just wave your hands. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Justine Fluent, daughter-in-law of Linda Fluent at 367 Pearl Street. First of all, I'm grateful for the staff's work, but I'm disappointed they presented only what the 399 group presented and not at all the mountain of data that we had sent in over the last 8 months. We first spoke against the building site coverage and privacy violations of the 399 Pearl Street construction proposal at the Design Review Board November 13th, 2025. The board ordered a continuance and told the 399 group, to discuss compromises with us. In the subsequent months, they did not. The second scheduled visit to the DRB was January 22nd. The 399 group presented some cherry-picked comps from areas far, far away from the property and incorrect BSC averages that favored them, which is what the staff was relying on, unfortunately. Additionally, the board was visibly dismayed that the 399 group had not met with us to reach a compromise. They again ordered a continuance and told the 399 group to meet with us. Afterwards, there was again no outreach from them except a last-minute try. We were out of town at the time and made an expensive last-minute travel arrangements to be in Laguna Beach at the designated time, and just before the appointment, the 399 group abruptly canceled the meeting, rendering our expensive travel back to Laguna Beach useless. April 9th was our third scheduled appearance before the DRB, and here the 399 group presented surprise shifts in the construction plan that were never revealed to us or listed in the agenda nor restaked on the site. And it was again reported that they had not discussed any compromises with us. So throughout this 8-month process, the 399 Pearl Street group has ignored the DRB request, repeatedly ignored privacy concerns from the surrounding neighbors, and manufactured numbers to suit their plan of violating the BSC restrictions in Woods Cove. They've displayed what seems like contempt for Laguna Beach governance. And considering that this violates Laguna Beach's own guidelines and their apparent disregard for any instructions from the city, we are baffled that this was approved. And we hope that this council can see the benefits of defending its own BSC guidelines. The adjustments they made were very minimal and did not address the BSC violation or the privacy violations. You're only supposed to approve this in order to preserve privacy, preserve views, et cetera. And I'm just going to say, if you're going to allow this, there's going to be a chain reaction, which was mentioned earlier, wherein more and more builders are going to exceed your BSC, and they're going to use this decision as a precedent. And you need to ask yourself if you feel responsible to maintain the look and feel of this place, because if you don't stop this here, you will lose it, unfortunately, on your watch. And thank you for having me.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Fluent, and my family has lived at 367 Pearl, not 967 Pearl, for 38 years. We ask you to reject the project under Criterion 6 of the city's Coastal Development Permit Review, the requirement that development be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas, and under Coastal Act Section 30251, which protects the scenic and visual character of the coastal zone as a public resource. Staff's report this afternoon and last week focuses almost entirely on the design review findings. Criterion 6 and Section 30251 are barely addressed. Since this is a de novo review of the coastal development permit, that means you all are the first body to actually weigh the various evidence that's been put in front of you against that standard. Criterion 6 is not a matter of taste. It's an objective standard, and this project does not fit it. Across multiple Wood Cove properties, the median FAR is 28.1. The project's FAR is 62.8, more than double that median, and the highest of any property in the 63 property neighborhood study. The building site coverage is 47.78 as proposed, a 21% exceedance of the 39.5 cap. And this holds no matter how you draw the comparison against the mean, against the median FAR of the entire 63 property neighborhood. It is roughly double. Against all R1 zone property is more than double, and against R1 zone properties on lots 4,000 feet and up, which is the most legally comparable to this lot, it is more than double both the mean and the median. The more comparable the properties, more this property deviates. Staff report tells you that building site coverage is a guideline, not a development standard with a hard cap, but their own report quotes the actual code language 2 paragraphs later. The coverage requirement shall only be modified when it is necessary. A requirement that can only be modified when necessary is not a guideline. It is a binding standard with a narrow exception, and staff's own document proves it. Staff dismissed our full neighborhood study sourced from the county assessor because we, quote, did not provide backup data. But respectfully, that framing isn't right. Both studies, both the applicant study and our study, pull from the assessor source. The applicant represented that their study was building site coverage when in fact it was FAR all along. All the staff reports to this date have had that mistake inherent in them, and that has driven board decisions and misled everybody the whole time. I don't know why it wasn't picked up until now. Please deny this project on the criterion 6, and to reiterate one more time, we will support our neighbors in a compliant ADU design that meets these objective standards of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? Other speakers in support of the appeal? None? Okay, then we will move on to the applicant's presentation, allowing 5 minutes for the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member, Chris Letourneau, project architect. First slide, did you guys get our application for Chris? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. This particular, project went through, a number of different iterations, 15 months of designs going back and forth. Next slide, please. The main focus of this particular ADU and its location went through a number of different iterations based on looking at the surrounding context, taking into consideration view equity and corridors that existed uphill from this site. We had the opportunity to place this ADU on top of the structure at one point, bypass design review entirely, and we chose the approach that was actually the more noble direction, which was choosing to not leverage the options here, but to place the ADU in a location that would be most self-preserved as far as the neighborhood compatibility. Next slide, please. So we went through a lot of different iterations. The project was lowered by 1'6". The eaves were reduced back from 6 feet to 3 feet. The scale of the ADU was reduced from 1,000 square feet to 944 square feet. And ultimately, the upper level was pulled back an additional 7'1" from its original location. Next slide, please. Here is a rendering that I provided from the Fluent patio looking back at our proposed design. Again, That upper level ADU is now located close to 27 feet back from the side property line. Granted, that's a substantial push back from the property line, especially for a lot that is not that wide. So we are literally located beyond towards the rear of the property. Again, the on-grade lower level patio deck was also reduced back as a condition of approval and now sits about 13 feet away from the property line. Through this review process, the ADU has been relocated and modified in its design iterations multiple times. Next slide, please. Here is a great rendering that kind of shows some of the different scale of reduction in mass and scale, landscape components, articulation of materiality. And again, this is a product of a design that took into consideration the surrounding context. Next slide, please. This is a very important section. It shows a number of different things that we've been trying to communicate through this entire process. First, the Fluent patio is located about 12 feet lower than the pad elevation at 399 Pearl Street. In many ways, this is a hillside design guideline typology in which any mass and scale that's located uphill will inherently be looked at as being overly massive or quote unquote towering in some of the commentary you've been hearing. As a result, we've come up with three great design components. The first is the on-grade existing landscape components that are located near the property. The trellis component, which was designed for the Fluent party to try to create additional privacy, as well as the upper level planter system. The ADU has no upper level exterior deck space. There is no condition in which that ADU allows someone to be looking down onto her property. Next slide, please. Another aerial shot just showing the overall articulation of the building. Next slide. Again, just articulates the different landscape components that have been put into place on this particular project. Upper level ADU, you can see that planter. It's been pulled back an additional 5 feet. Next slide, please. Corner of Pearl and Catalina. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Let's go to the privacy issue. There's a, next slide, please. There seems to be some discussion about the existing privacy conditions, which we believe already exist. We took a photograph, or a video of that rather. Next slide, please. Do you guys have that video that I sent? I think there's one more. If we could just play that, that kind of describes the existing conditions. Yeah, I don't think that made the next slide. Yeah. There are existing privacy conditions that already exist. I think both Bob and Sue went to the site, looked down on the particular patio, and it's just it's something to note that privacy conditions have always existed throughout this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speakers in support of the project?
Good afternoon, Mayor Orgill, council members and staff. My name is Steve Kawaratani and I'm part of the applicant team. Could we cue up my slide, please? So this project was heard over 3 hearings and was revised in response to board direction and neighborhood concern. We believe that there was no abuse of discretion, nor was there a procedural error. The code allows the board to review lot coverage and make modifications if they can make 2 findings. The findings are, number 1, that it protects views, and number 2, that it is neighborhood compatible. This particular project, the appellant believes that there is a cap on lot coverage. There is not. The appellant also appears to believe that the FAR standard is something that the staff evaluates in this part of Laguna Beach. It's limited to specific zones like Three Arch Bay, not in Woods Cove. Next slide. I want to put on the public record that basically, as far as the noticing, when we made the change to the trellis and removed the variance, that this was announced at the hearing. And the appellant had ample time to object at that time, not after it was approved. So the final project was reduced and relocated. The trellis basically is a great solution, as the council members saw, to help aid in the privacy for the downhill property. In conclusion, the applicant followed the process. They responded to the board and considered neighborhood concerns, reduced the project, and accepted conditions protecting surrounding properties. The appeal does not establish improper noticing, a misapplication of the site coverage provisions, or an inability to make finding approvals. Instead, it primarily is saying we'd like to relocate the ADU to a different location to the actual detriment of the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in support of the project?
Thank you all. My name is Jason Muller. I'm the owner at 399 Pearl Street. I grew up in this home and bought it from my father in 2023 to continue my family's legacy and raise a family of my own there. What began as a small cottage in 1974 that my father bought became this unique and creative home that it is today. And I want to continue that on. And this is the design that we came up with that sort of honors all of that process. When planning the ADU, we focused on preserving the home's character, protecting neighbors' views and privacy, and improving the property overall. Although I could have built under the state guidelines and thrown an ADU anywhere without, any design review and blocked views and all that stuff. I grew up there. I love that neighborhood and my neighbors, including the Fluents. We've been friends my entire life, and that wasn't the right thing to do. So we chose to move the ADU to a space and go through this traditional process, which is what we're doing, and it's been a journey. So our design maintains uphill view corridors, has support from neighbors directly affected by the views across the street, and a privacy issue between the Fluents and our property has existed for more than 45 years. There's always been an issue. I've always been able to look over into their yard and windows. And this new design, I believe, completely eliminates the issue. There's 3 layers of privacy. I mean, my whole life, I could just look down into their property, and now there'll be no issues. So I don't understand that position. We made concessions following the board's guidance, and the project was ultimately approved. We repeatedly tried to address the Fluent family's objections, but every time they brought up more objections, and it just seemed like no matter what we did or what we proposed, that we're just going to be met with the same position and get nowhere. I believe we have done everything reasonably possible to create a project that respects the neighborhood, enhances the property, and benefits all surrounding homes, including the Fluent property. Thank you for your considering and upholding of the Design Review Board's approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the project?
I'm John Kutweiler. I live at 409 Pearl Street. I'm old also. I'm 76. I've lived in the house for 30 years. I've known Jason since he was 18 or so. And I stood in my, I stood in my kitchen in my living room before I came over here. And if an ADU is put up on top of the house, I would lose 70% of my view. And by them putting the ADU in the back, not only me, but everybody up Pearl Street has a view of the ocean. If the ADU went on top of the house, everybody, not just my house, would lose view of the ocean. And what they did and put the ADU in the back, it really does not impact all the neighbors around me. And I really would hope that you would deny this appeal. That's about it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the project? None. Okay, we'll allow the appellant a rebuttal. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to note for the record that my client has attempted to negotiate with his neighbor and has not received a response now for quite some time, I believe, since filing the appeal. And here today, the burden is on the applicant to justify departing from the code, not on the Fluence to justify the code's requirements, which has been adopted by the City Council. This project also is not a ministerial second-story ADU. It requires discretionary coverage modification and a coastal development permit. Everything you just heard compares this project to the applicant's own first proposal, not to the code. A building can be smaller than where it started and still exceed what the code allows. 15 months of redesign shows the project could be improved. It does not show the exceedance is necessary or that this integrated project taken as a whole is compatible with the neighborhood the code is meant to protect. The legal test is whether that exceedance is necessary and whether the entire project is visually compatible under the LCP. On this record, neither of those findings can be made. CDP Criterion 6 requires that the development be visually compatible with the character of its surroundings. The design and the story polls show here, and the numbers provided absolutely confirm that this proposal is not visually compatible with the neighborhood. The evidence my clients provided of excessive scale, demonstrated by the actual floor area ratio and the site coverage values, clearly demonstrate that this project is double the norm there and the mass looms. On that record, the council cannot say that this project has visual compatibility with the surrounding homes. As to site coverage, the code does not create a balancing test here. The code creates the bright line requirement of necessity. Across 3 staff reports, and again today, this project was called appropriate, supportable, and a finding that can be made, never necessary. That is the wrong legal standard. No aspect of this project has been shown as necessary to preserve views or privacy, reduce height, or maintain neighborhood patterns. The project obstructs views, intrudes on privacy, and is a major deviation from the neighborhood pattern, and not for purposes of necessity, for purposes of preference and maximization. We respectfully request that you grant the appeal today and independently deny both approvals, or remand to the board with direction to verify the comparison study, justify necessity, evaluate the zero coverage alternative, and provide natural grade topography. Thank you again for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council of any of the staff or the applicant? Questions?
So I had a question. I had a chance to talk with staff, Anthony and Jane and Pat a little bit earlier. So the coverage requirement, the building site coverage requirement, talk to us a little bit about that in terms of, is this an unusual circumstance? Is this a situation that we see that finding utilized? Has it been utilized in connection with ADUs? Can you give us some context there?
Sure. Thank you for that question, council member. It is a request that the design review board and the city considers with some amount of regularity. Within the last 2 months, I think the design review board specifically considered such a request in at least 3 instances. So it is something that does come up, and sometimes such a request is in connection specifically with an ADU that is proposed on a site that would cause the property to exceed building site coverage.
Okay, and I'm sensitive to the argument from some of the neighbors that, once you start granting these, you tend to, move in that direction. But I understand that we've taken some action recently to propose a cap on the building site coverage exceptions. Can either the city attorney or you, Anthony, kind of review that for us?
Sure. So this was part of the design review efficiency ordinance that the city council adopted just last week. And what this change does is it allows for design review authority approval of excess building site coverage, but it establishes a cap on that exceedance. That would be a maximum 5 percentage point increase over the maximum building site coverage. Anything beyond that under the design review efficiency ordinance would require a variance.
And we talked a little bit earlier. I know it was kind of late in the game because it was just this morning, but have you had an opportunity to calculate what the footprint might allow if we applied a 5% cap in this case?
The proposed project has an increase of 760 square feet that exceeds the building site coverage. If you were to reduce it to the 5% cap, the footprint would have to be reduced to 563 square feet. So about 200 square foot reduction would have to be done in order to comply.
Okay, and if, just one follow-up on that, there's a proposed 42-foot addition to the ground floor on the existing home. So if we removed that, what would the
That includes that calculation includes the footprint created by the single family home addition.
so you'd have a 63 foot?
560 square feet total is what would be allowed, whether it be for the ADU or the single family home addition.
Okay, so you, on a 2-story, you could still achieve 944
Potentially.
square feet potentially. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Staff or applicant? Or the appellant?
I have a question for staff. Can you address the building site coverage versus the floor area ratio argument?
Sure, thank you. I think it's being used as a metric to compare across different properties in the neighborhood. But what specifically applies as a development standard in the underlying zoning district is building site coverage. As was mentioned by one of the speakers this afternoon, there are some zones that establish an FAR or floor area ratio requirement. This does not happen to be one of those zones, so staff did not take floor area ratio into consideration as it was reviewing this project.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll close public testimony and just bring it back to council. We can still interact with staff. Did you have anything, Alex?
Yeah, actually, I have a question for the city attorney.
Sure.
And Megan, are you able to put up, or can someone put up section, government code section 66321 related to ADU size and site capacity limits?
Yeah, I'm going to look at Pat, or I don't know if.
And while that happens, I think that collectively up here, we could probably write a book on ADUs and how we harmonize that with the Coastal Act and ensure that we're protecting local standards to the extent that's allowable by law, because it's definitely a complicated issue. So while that's being pulled up, I want to talk, because I think there's sort of 2 issues here, the way that I see it. There's the appellant's absolutely right that there's an exception in the ADU state code for a coastal development permit. Is that right, Madam City Attorney?
Council member, that is correct. So the state ADU law has what we refer to as the coastal savings clause, which provides that the state ADU law should be applied, but it cannot lessen the effect of the Coastal Act. And so that's why we apply our CDP requirements.
And we've had several other controversial projects where it probably would not have aligned with what our local standards were with respect to neighborhood compatibility, private views, privacy. But basically we're bound by, in that exception, by looking at what the coastal resources are, which are defined as like to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas, to minimize the alteration of natural landforms, which is a pretty, we have not been able to find that on any of the, I think with the exception of one historic home that was a Mills Act property. Am I right in my recollection that that has not been a standard that we've ever been able to apply to use our coastal development permit authority for an ADU?
Councilmember Nagy, that is correct to my recollection. We have not denied an ADU on the basis of our coastal resource authority. Given those findings, I don't recall if we have mitigated impacts from an ADU based on those specifically, but I don't recall us doing that either, but it's possible we have done that.
Got it. Okay, so then let's say we agree with the appellant's arguments as it relates to neighborhood compatibility, and I apologize I wasn't able to come and do a site visit. I regret that. I try to do that. It's just I wasn't able to this time. I apologize. It looks like in section 3, it talks about any requirement for zoning clearance, and then I'm going to related to an ADU, and I'm going to highlight the provision of where, if you want to highlight lot coverage, which is the third line down in section 3. And then, but where it basically says that a government cannot apply any of those standards, but then it says for an 800 square foot ADU. Is that how you read that section? So hypothetically, what that means is that we couldn't just use our lot coverage as a basis to stop an 800 square foot ADU. That would be in conflict with the statute and we'd be in violation of state law.
Correct, Councilmember. I think that when you read starting sort of with subdivision B there, subsection 2 kind of says, okay, you can, if you have a 1-bedroom ADU, you can have 850 square feet of livable space. A 2-bedroom ADU, you can have 1,000 square foot. And this section is written in a negative, so it's a little hard to follow, but it basically says we can't adopt an ordinance to prevent that. And then what subsection B3 says is really it's saying when you apply your development standards on top of those minimums for the square foot minimum for ADUs, you can't, in applying those development standards, shrink it from 1,000 square feet to less than 800. So it's going to stick at 800 when you apply development standards.
Got it. And then I guess there would be an interest, the fact that it refers in this section above to 850 and 1,000, referencing that for a 1-bedroom or 1,000 for a 1-bedroom. The fact that it's 800, it's not either of those numbers, that kind of makes it revealing of the legislature's intent that this would only apply for an 800 square foot ADU.
Correct. That's how I read it. It's not perfect, it's not perfectly clear, but that seems to be the best statutory construction of this section, given, as you pointed out, the varying numbers between B2 and B3.
Okay. I'm going to process that for a second and hear what my colleagues think about that question.
Did you have a comment? Or do you want me to go first? Hallie? Sue, do you have a comment? So when I look at this in relationship to our CDP, and I do have a quick question for you in just a moment. We've heard the comment a couple of times this evening regarding to bypassing the DRB process. There was an opportunity for that. I'm not really sure if that's correct, because wouldn't any project, even if it didn't exceed the lot coverage, still require a CDP?
For an ADU specifically, that is correct. CDP is required for ADUs.
So you wouldn't just bypass the whole?
No, there's no way, really, under, we have varying, it's tricky, but under our LCP, we have a process to try to potentially waive them, but you have to send out public notice and it can still have public hearing can still be requested. So there's
Right.
no way to completely avoid a public hearing.
Right. So when I go through our general plan and some of our planning documents, there's no shortage of language that talks about, some of the elements that make our community special in some of these neighborhoods. I don't believe there's many neighborhoods this neighborhood in particular that really talks to the small scale, pedestrian friendly, the charm, right? It represents the charm, and it is one of the neighborhoods that really exemplifies that. It's enjoyed by visitors. These neighborhoods get toured constantly. We hear constant comments. Just the other day, I was walking on the promenade and asking some visitors, what they really loved about Laguna the most, and that's what they said, charm. This is a charming city. So I think it's a public benefit. So I think that there is rationale to apply these standards to this project. I do think that there's room for a ADU. I understand that there's some design challenges. Whenever you put this much program on a small lot, there's going to be some design challenges. That's just the way it goes. But I do think it needs to be considered. And I do think, as Bob mentioned and some of the other community members had mentioned, or the speakers had mentioned, that this, I do believe, will open up and set an example. And that's an example that I'm very concerned about. So I'll listen to my other council members.
I think it's a difficult situation like we've had on so many of these ADUs, because here's what the choice comes down to, I think, is making some kind of finding to allow something in the back, or they have an absolute right to put it up on the front, and then we're going to have, and then it comes down only to a coastal development permit, right? Which is, let's say they put it on the second story, as Chris pointed out, they could do that ministerially, except for the CDP. Then you have to come back and you say, is the proposed development, is that visually compatible with the neighborhood? So you're really having to say which is more visually, or which is least harmful, right? Because I think in the end, you're going to end up, it would be a real stretch to say you can't do any kind of ADU on this property under state law. I mean, you could try to thread the needle and say neither of them are visually compatible, therefore you don't get one. I don't think I'm not sure that's sustainable on, a strict legal analysis. So you're having to pick between these two. I do think, and I was a little frustrated, I expressed this a little bit to staff earlier, that there was no analysis of the alternative, the visual impact of the alternative. There was just sort of said, well, it's going to impact people up the street. Some of the neighbors said that. And there really wasn't a drilled down analysis of view impacts. It looks like it could, have more visual impact, but that's a bit of a, that's just me saying that from what appears in Figure 9 in the staff report. So overall, I think it looks better visually in the back, but I think there are some real impacts to the fluence that have to be addressed. I would eliminate the 42-foot addition to the primary residence. There's no reason to add that coverage. And I don't know, the city attorney would have to give us guidance on this, but, allow that to be added to footprint in the back. But I kind of think I know it's not directly applicable to this project today, because we just adopted the urgency ordinance last week, and this one was already in process, so I guess it's grandfathered. But I think, at a minimum, it would make some sense for us to try to apply the cap that we've now enacted, because that's the standard going forward that we're going to be measured against. As Anthony says, these things do come through, and they do ask for building site coverage exceptions. but, we've now capped it going forward. So I think, I think we ought to allow it in the back. I'd like to see it further away from the Fluence property. And, see if that's something the applicant can live with.
Bob, in the context, because I agree with you about the precedent related to site coverage, and it's good that we're fixing that in the efficiency ordinance. If the analysis in response to my questions from the city attorneys, if we're standing by that you basically state law would preclude us from saying having 800 square foot ADU that violates this, but this is what 944 square feet. So if that were reduced to 800, that might get us closer to that 500 to that 5% cap. Not to say that that's the basis for doing it, but I think that could be a defensible approach here.
Ellie?
I'm pretty aligned with Bob on this. I think that I prefer the ADU in its current location because I think it's less impactful to the neighborhood overall and provides more neighborhood compatibility or a greater sense of neighborhood compatibility. I'm also very sympathetic with the Fluence and their privacy issues. I spent some time in that backyard, and I'm concerned about that. So I think that if we can minimize the overall footprint in a way that lessens those impacts, but still provides an opportunity for what looks to be a beautiful design and an ADU, I'd be supportive of that.
Any comments, Sue?
Can we ask the applicant what their comments would be with this comments that Hallie just made?
Sure, I'll open the public hearing, public testimony.
Chris Letourneau, project architect. Are we asking for like reduce bedroom count to 800 square feet? Is that what you're asking? I mean, we're currently at 944. We're pushing it pretty hard to try to get 2 bedrooms. Is the council asking us to reduce bedrooms in our ADU? And
I will certainly defer to our city attorney and to Councilmember Whalen, but I would not want to prescribe the way in which you achieve this goal. My goal is not a number of bedrooms. My goal is a slightly smaller footprint that's less impactful to your immediate neighbors.
Specifically building site coverage, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think if we get it back to more like that 44%, would be 44 point something percent, would be the max, right, under that 5% standard.
so that reduces that reduces the main structure square footage in order to achieve that.
Yeah, I don't think, my personal view, Chris, I mean, I think I made this comment. I don't support adding square footage to the primary structure where you've already got a lot that's over coverage. So use your coverage on the ADU, I guess is what I'm saying.
So if the ADU would, I think we talked about 744 square feet of building site coverage. We reduced the building site coverage for the main. We're at 500 square feet for the ADU. Are we not sort of in the same building footprint for the ADU? It sounds like it's like there wouldn't be a reduction in the ADU if we did that.
Maybe not. I think, Brenda, you were saying, was it 523 feet you could add on the?
Which is what our current ADU is at this point. We're sort of in that 5% if we just count our ADU. So reducing square footage off the main structure would be an option.
So I guess the question is, are you willing to reduce the square footage of the main structure and leave the footprint of the ADU at the same size? Am I getting that right, Bob?
Yeah, but I still want to see at least that second story somehow shift of the ADU shifted, further away from the Fluence property.
I agree. I'd like to see that as well.
You can speak, Steve. Can you come up to the microphone?
I think it's a little late in the game to be imposing that 5% cap. That wasn't part of our application. And I believe that's putting the city in jeopardy. But at the same time, we want to work with the city and we want to work with the neighborhood. So we could probably, Bob, without the council granting a variance for encroachment into a setback, we could move it another 2 feet, the ADU, if that would be acceptable to council. And we will remove the remodel of the house, but we want to have a functional ADU if we're going to build it.
I get that, Steve, and with respect to the 5% cap, that's not, it's an objective standard what we have right now, right? And the code provides right now that you don't need a variance. You can basically get, what is it, an adjustment? How does the code define it? So, I mean, if that was the goal, like just looking at it from a fairness standpoint, if the goal was to have a bigger ADU, then this should have been under the site coverage, right? So I hear what you're saying about changing the rules in the middle of the game, but those have been the rules since the beginning. And then the question is, how does the ADU law give you the ability to go around those rules? And as the city attorney and I in our exchange discussed, you're able to use the state rules to get around that site coverage, but only for an 800 square foot ADU, not for a 944 square
Alex,
foot ADU.
I had not heard of that 5% cap. Was that in
The
place when the
5%
application
cap,
went in?
5% cap, like that, I think push that to the side. The 5% cap is where the city's changing it in the code to say that you need a variance if you want to go 5% over the cap.
Correct.
So put that issue aside.
That's future application.
Correct. We're not trying to impose that. Well, there's sort of two questions. There's the question of the extent to which you're going over the cap, right? And then and the extent to which state law protects you going over the cap. And my reading is that state law protects you going over the cap only with an 800 square foot ADU.
Understand.
Does that make sense?
And I'm trying to work with council. The applicant team is trying to work with council. So.
And just to be clear, I would argue that going over the cap only applies if there's no other alternative.
I don't think I don't read the statute that way, but I think that it only applies if it's an 800 square foot ADU. Here you have a 944 square foot ADU, and it sounds like your goal is to have a 2-bedroom ADU, so you don't want to go lower. So then that would lead to the conclusion you'd have to reduce the house to get under the cap.
Right. Well, I need 3 of your votes today.
Okay.
So if Bob and 2 other members are willing for us to remove the footprint portion of the existing residence, which is 262 square feet, I believe, and we are willing to move the ADU back another 2 feet, I think in the spirit of compromise, we're willing to move forward with that.
Why do you say 2 feet, Steve? What's driving the 2 feet? Is there a limitation on?
Yeah, once we hit, we'll be at another setback line, Bob. And I guess you could grant the setback to Catalina, but that would be a variance.
No, we're not entertaining variances here.
But we will give the 2 feet. We've moved it a lot already, and part of the issue is it starts affecting egress from Catalina into the ADU, because we do have a topography change there as well. But I'm sure Chris can work it out.
Well, I think to Alex's point, I don't know if staff can comment on this, and I'm not saying this is where I'm ending up, but if you were to reduce it to 800 feet, right, which is the building site cover, would be, because that's what that statute says, that subpart 3, what would that footprint be? I guess in a 2-story, it would be roughly 400 feet.
I mean, typically the lower floor is larger. In this case, the lower floor is about 60% larger than the top. It'd be really up to the applicant how they want to design it. As you've seen, the upper floor, as you mentioned, the benefit if it's stepped back. So the ADU as proposed today has a footprint of 600 square feet. So we're asking them to reduce it to a total of 560 square feet. So if they were to eliminate the addition that was proposed for the single-family home, that seemed to be able to be accommodated.
Okay. I don't know, other council should weigh in on whether.
Are you saying that you're going to set that along with there's a distance from the side property line?
Well, it's currently, the top level is currently what, 26 feet?
Correct.
And the applicant's suggesting another 2 feet, that would be 28 feet. I mean, that's what we have to decide, or do we want more? I think under Alex's approach, we could ask for more because we could grant on lesser coverage. I mean, the 5% is just a standard that I thought had some rational application. Not applicable, Steve's right, it's not applicable to this case literally, but we've adopted it as a standard so that there's some rationale to it. But I don't know if the rest of you think 2 feet is enough on the top level?
No, I don't. I would be apt to think that there's a justification cannot be made, in my opinion, with the need for the additional lot coverage if it cannot maintain neighborhood compatibility.
Mayor Orgill, so we're not here for an hour discussing this. Perhaps looking at what Alex was mentioning from the code, if we reduce the ADU to 800 square feet, then leave the rest of the house intact, perhaps that would give council some room, to digest.
You said 800 square feet?
Yes.
So you're saying 600 square feet and he's saying 800?
I think there's two different things at play. Basically, it's 6 because there's site coverage, right? And so he can do 1,000 square foot ADU in theory as long as he meets site coverage. If you want to violate site coverage, then the state law only allows you to do an 800 square foot ADU. So it's kind of weird. We're using different metrics at play. Is that your read of the situation, Brenda?
That's it, correct.
Okay.
Well, I think if it's agreed, the applicant's agreeing to 800, then that's the max we can reduce it to, really, right? Because then we can't apply our lot coverage rules to that. Then it comes down to the coastal development determination of what's more impactful. I think we're all in agreement that putting it in the back is less impactful from a neighborhood compatibility standpoint. So I would say, yeah, reduce it to 800 square feet.
Yeah.
Moving it back as far as that results in from the Fluence property.
I support that.
I have an unhappy applicant team, and I'm sure the neighborhood's not going to be happy either. And maybe that is the definition of a compromise. I'll follow what Councilmember Ranagi suggested.
Well, I'm just following this. I didn't write the rules in Sacramento. They would be different if I had written them. But so are you agreeing to? So you have two approaches. You can make everything site coverage comply with the standard, with the objective standard, right, from a Housing Accountability Act standpoint, or you can basically take advantage of the ADU provision, but that only applies for an 800 square foot ADU. It sounds like you're going for option B.
We're going to go for option B because it's not going to be possible to achieve option A.
Okay. And so are you agreeing? You're agreeing to that?
I'm agreeing to it. Yes, 800 square feet.
Okay, so it sounds like you're agreeing on the record to reduce the ADU to 800 square feet.
Do you want it in blood, Alex?
I don't. I'm just trying to get. Okay.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, could I just look over to staff and make sure from a more restrictive condition perspective, is that something we feel like, do we think we need to see new plans, or do we think we can write this into a condition in such a way that we can act on it right now?
My understanding is staff, council's asking for the ADU to be reduced to 800 square feet and for the building site coverage to comply with the standard plus 5%, five points. Is that correct?
If I
No.
may
No, okay.
attempt to interpret what might be the consensus of the council, the ADU floor area would be reduced to 800 square feet, and those reductions would be taken from the side of the ADU that's closest to the Fluent property, such that the ADU has a greater setback from the Fluent property. And I believe I heard the applicant's representative also mention that they would omit the single-family floor area additions, which would, I think, include both the lower level and upper level additions, but that's also a point of clarification.
I don't know if they did agree to that. Did you guys agree to that? Because it sounds like you guys were taking option B.
No, we have an existing primary bedroom that sits up top of the house. That's shifting over to the center
Okay.
currently. So this idea that we're just gonna like terminate the whole project, I think we're getting a little bit too aggressive.
No, and I thought you did say that the 42-foot footprint of additional coverage on the ground floor that you're proposing to the residents would be eliminated.
Was it? Okay, we can reduce that footprint if that's going to help the building site coverage component, but I don't
Right.
believe we were removing the upper level addition that's happening on the main home, if that makes sense.
Okay, public testimony is still open, and I see that the would like to speak.
Thank you.
Did you have a comment?
I think in.
Let's just, it's open. I opened it. No, it's just that they sat there and talked for a long time. So did you have 2 minutes?
I just think in fairness to the appellant that they should be able to comment on the proposal as well, just briefly. And also, I just have a procedural question as to whether this modification will then be reviewed again. It seems that for due process that the neighborhood should be, or the public in general should have the opportunity to comment once it's done.
Mr. Mayor, do
The design is prepared.
you want me to go ahead and
Sure.
explain that now? That's a good question. Our code's a little complicated. If the council's decision can be implemented through what we call a more restrictive condition, such that it's a condition of approval that's added on that gives staff sufficient direction, then we don't need a new set of plans, then they can act on it now. If the change in the ADU in particular is going to require staff to see a new set of plans, it will need to be remanded.
Okay, thank you. And then
I think we could get behind what you're proposing in the interest of like supporting our neighbor if it was solely the 800 square feet that was being considered under this. That's it. 800 square feet of new construction, period. And what would also be very much appreciated if it could come off the top floor, because it's at 944 right now, so it's only a 144 square foot reduction. If it could come off the top floor, if it could still go back the 2 feet that we've just discussed, and if there's any way we could get some compromise on the window placement and the deck that's proposed on the ground floor, I think we could get on this tonight and be supportive of our neighbors.
Thank you.
Just 30
Okay,
seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I don't need commentary. The existing house, I know many of you have seen it. The second story sits way back from Ms. Fluent's property. And I think if the second story for the ADU, which is something I proposed in the very first hearing, the second story in the ADU is comparable to that, sits back as far as the existing second story on the main house, I think that would be in line with what we've already experienced in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So are there any other questions of the architect? How about staff?
Well, what Justine was just suggesting, is that possible? Because she's basically saying, I think, to mirror the house. So the house is set back and then the ADU would be set back on the second story.
Do you want to talk to the architect?
We're pretty close, comparable between those two, where the stakes are. Again, the driving factor is it's a very narrow shotgun style ADU, very small living, dining, kitchen at the bottom, 2 small bedrooms at the top, staircase trying to get up. So there, we need actually a certain distance just to kind of access the upper level. And again, we've reduced that back a number of different times. We're really tight, and the stakes and the existing upper level balcony are for the ADU versus where we're at. It's very comparable as is. So it's not like we're really projecting out. A lot of the stakes that they're reading being imposing is the trellis that approaches towards that property. I think that's the sort of the gut reaction that I'm getting from their reaction. It's not the actual place of the ADU, which I remind you is 27 feet back. And that's substantial into the center of the property as is. So, yeah.
I mean, so figure 2 in here, which has got the existing house, the proposed addition to the existing house and the ADU, which is the 26-foot 9-inch setback. I don't know if staff.
Could you pull that up?
Yeah, maybe they could pull that up.
I'm not sure. I didn't catch that.
Anyway, if you take 144 square feet off that, you're gonna be able to push that footprint back more like the last speaker was saying towards Catalina. I just don't know by how much. It's a mathematical problem. Right, so if you took 144 square feet off the left-hand side of the blue, I don't know, how far would you go back? How far would it go back?
Well, I mean, that's 144 square feet. That's a bedroom. That's kind of the challenge, right? 10 by 12, 10 by 13, 10, 11 by, you can kind of see that amount of reduction in square footage takes us, I think, back to that sort of 1-bedroom component. And so, yeah, that becomes, I think, a little challenge in the reduction, I think, of the ADU. Basically makes us do a kind of a 1-bedroom ADU with that kind of reduction. Spatially, that's where I see that floor plan working out.
Okay, well, I mean, however you want to arrange the 800, I guess, is up to you. But I think what council is saying is we'd like to see the left-hand edge, if you will.
The pullback of the upper level ADU could come back probably 2 feet, and we could still kind of fit this ADU program. Is the issue then again privacy, which we've addressed with trellis? The trellis, you can't, when the trellis is installed, you won't be able to see our proposed design, which is why we did the trellis component. So I'm sort of struggling with this idea that pulling back the 2nd-story ADU actually does mitigate privacy when the trellis is in fact installed for that reason.
Well, I think what we're saying, and maybe we can't, maybe we're not going to be able to redesign it tonight. I don't know. I think what the applicant said and what they seemed to agree to, Chris, was it's going to reduce to 800 square feet. So I don't know.
Okay.
And we'd like to see it go back from the Fluent property. I'm not a designer, so I don't know how you're going to achieve that, but that's the direction, right?
Thank you.
So I don't know if that's something we think we can put in a condition, or whether you're going to have to ask the applicant to resubmit the plan with the 800 square foot reduced
I think Matt's
footprint.
going to weigh in.
We generally try to come up with conditions that'll work and keep the process moving forward. But I think in this case, given the variables, the applicant team's going to need to work on it, and it'll give the appellant the time to review it too. So I would suggest a remand.
Well, do we need to remand it, or, I mean, it seems like it seems like a
Or
pretty
continue it
simple-
too, and
Can
we
we
can
just
bring it back.
continue it and keep it here? I mean, I don't know how council feels about that, but
I'm fine with that. And I think my decision here is one where one of the problems with our whole process with DRB is everything is subjective. And when you have an objective criteria like this, to the extent you're allowed to impose it, right? Because ADU law, we have to follow the law, right? We're in California. We don't want to be a city that has a bunch of lawsuits. it's, so, you know, when we have an objective standard like this and it's not being followed, and I totally get that there could be an argument for the findings being made, my perspective is that we should follow that objective standard and then and allow for deviation to the extent allowable by state law, but not go beyond it. So that's just where I'm coming from for everyone in the room, to make that clear. I don't know. I'm for keeping it up here at the council level, but yeah.
That's fine with me.
So you want to make a motion? Then just to bring it back, to continue it?
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, the proposal is we would continue it, request the applicant to submit a revised plan that shows an 800-foot ADU moved back from the fluent edge of the property, elimination of the additional building site coverage on the existing house. And I think that's it, right?
So it's more restrictive. Why do we have to remand it?
Well, we're not going to remand it.
Well, that was one of the questions.
I think we're just saying it's not, well, I don't know, I'm not, but it sounds like there are different ways that they could resolve this, reduce the footprint reduce the square footage from 944 to 800. I don't know, I need staff or.
Mayor and council, I think that the issue is that as we often do the conditions and we can be done with it, but I don't think that there's enough, we don't have enough specificity to give staff direction as to what they're looking for when the completed plans come in for building permits. And so we need a new set of plans that is going to reconfigure the ADU is what I'm hearing. And so you can remand it. You can also continue it and then you would just bring it back to yourselves. That's fine. And you can do that. We were just discussing whether you want to do that with a date certain. You have a September 22nd council meeting. I don't know how fast the plans can come around. Or we can pick another council meeting in October, November, or we can just have an uncertain.
The only issue I would have about not just applying the restrictive condition of the 800 square foot ADU with kind of direction is that, like, hypothetically, let's say that they do the 800 square foot ADU and then the direction is not exactly what we want. At that point, legally, what would we be able to do?
It would be hairy at that point. Yeah, we want to know what we're getting. Everyone in the room should know exactly what they're getting. And so if we can't do that through a condition, we really do need the plans to come back.
So if we were trying to make the September 22, which is our next meeting after next week, which isn't going to, when would staff need plans by?
Monday, August 24th.
So I guess the question for the applicant team is whether they can do that.
I mean, I don't know how.
So
We're not going to have a council meeting for like 6 weeks because we have their summer break, but are we going to have a jam-packed schedule? I mean, I don't want to be taking it at midnight. I mean, I don't know. Dave's back there. Maybe he knows what's on but you know how it is. We'll probably have a consent calendar with 25 items on it and then start from
We're
there.
open to a later hearing further out.
Okay. Then why don't we pick one in October?
Why don't we just do a date uncertain then at that point?
We're happy to take a date in October. It's just Jason's not going to be here in August. So why don't we revisit in October?
Okay, what's our October dates?
October 13th and 27th.
Does staff have a preference? Why don't we just
No
do October
preference.
13th then?
Okay.
So continue to October 13th with revised plans for the ADU to be submitted at 800 square feet and moving the ADU back from the Fluence property and eliminating the added footprint on the existing house.
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Yes. Okay, we'll move on to, oh, Sue left, Bob left. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Okay, we'll reconvene. starting with Appeal B. (950) Baja Street. We have a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, City Council and members of the public. I'm Kate Kuzama, and this next item is an appeal of the Design Review Board approval of a new single-family dwelling, attached 3-car garage, elevated decks, and attached ADU for the property located at 950 Baja Street. This is an aerial and street view of the project site and surrounding area. The 5,000 square foot property is located on the uphill side of Baja Street within the Arch Beach Heights specific plan area. As you can see, the project site is currently vacant. For background, the project was originally approved by the board on March 28th, 2024. That approval was subsequently appealed by surrounding neighbors on April 11th. And on July 9th of that same year, the council unanimously overturned the board's decision and remanded the project with direction to address concerns related to design articulation, neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and view equity. Following the council's remand, the board granted a continuance for the revised project 4 times on each of the dates shown on this slide. No substantive review or discussion of the revised project occurred at these hearings. On April 9th, 2026, the board held their first substantive discussion of the revised project and voted 4-0 to approve the project subject to additional conditions. On April 23rd, an appeal consisting of 9 contentions was filed by a neighboring property owner, which leads us to this appeal hearing today. This image, the image on the left shows the previously approved street elevation. Key direction from the council included pulling back the 3rd level, avoiding window placements directly facing neighboring windows, reducing the overall building height, and relocating the garage to the south side of the property. In response, the applicant revised the design as shown on the right. Notable changes include pulling all floor levels back from the street by varying distances, relocating the garage from the north to south side of the property, and removing the front entry stairway with primary access now shifted to the side elevation. The overall building height has been reduced by 1 foot. The top of roof elevation lowered by 2 feet through additional excavation. The roof design has been revised from solid to slatted overhangs, and both the quantity and size of glazed openings have also been reduced. This just compares both the front and rear elevations of the previous and revised design. After carefully considering the evidence from staff, the applicant, and members of the public, the board voted 4-0 approving the revised project, subject to 3 additional conditions shown on this slide. Condition number 29 requires the deck and west wall of the family room to be reduced by 3 feet to the east to create more articulation at the upper level. This reduction is shown in yellow on the floor plan exhibit before you. Condition 30 requires that fire access be coordinated with staff to accommodate access to the neighboring property at 960 Baja Street in compliance with applicable fire code. And condition number 31 requires lowering of the shed roof that extends across the rear of the structure by 3 feet. An appeal consisting of 9 contentions was filed by a neighboring property owner. Staff disagrees with all contentions. To begin with, contention number 1 states the revised design still does not comply with council direction. The applicant revised the project as presented in the previous slides. The board specifically considered whether the revised project responded to the council's remand direction, and additional conditions were included to further address that direction and neighbor concerns. The record shows that there is substantial evidence supporting the board's determination and that the revised project adequately responded to the direction regarding neighborhood compatibility, design articulation, privacy, and view equity. Contentions 2 states the board was pressured by the 5 hearing limit threat. The board conducted a public hearing, received testimony from staff, the applicant, and the public, and deliberated extensively regarding the merits of the revised project. While the board may have felt it necessary to act on the application at the April 9th hearing, based on the belief that the revised project was at its 5th hearing, the Assistant City Attorney made it clear that the board's options included approval or denial of the project. The board's deliberations demonstrated that the board based its decision on the evidence presented and the applicable findings, rather than on procedural hearing limitations. Contention 3 states the applicant's postponements or continuance requests were counted toward the hearing limit. The revised project was scheduled for board hearings on September 11th, December 11th, January 22nd, December 11th and January 22nd for a new single-family dwelling only. Based on the introduction of the CDP for the ADU, the application was not complete until February 12th, which was continued until the February 12th board meeting, which was continued to April 9th. Therefore, the board considered the revised project at only 2 hearings, and the public hearing before the council on this appeal is the 3rd hearing. The appellant has not identified any procedural error or demonstrated how the hearing schedule affected the board's ability to fully and properly consider the revised project. Contention for state's last-minute design changes occurred on the day of the hearing. It is appropriate for the board to consider modifications proposed during a hearing and to impose conditions to address issues raised through public testimony and during board deliberation. Modifications and conditions were included in direct response to public testimony and the council's direction and were intended to further reduce the revised project's apparent mass and potential safety impacts. Contention number 5 states that the stakes were not corrected. Staking was installed and certified by a registered engineer 21 days prior to the February 12th and April 9 hearings, and the board's evaluation did not depend on story poles alone. The board considered the full record, including revised project plans, elevations, sections, visual materials, and extensive testimony, and the board members also conducted site visits. The appellant has not demonstrated any specific deficiencies in the staking process or that the staking affected the board's evaluation of the revised project. Contention 6 states the upper floors of the revised design are larger than the rejected design. In evaluating neighborhood compatibility, the board considered the overall building mass, bulk, scale, and articulation of the revised project rather than relying solely on comparisons of floor areas. After reviewing the revised plans, public testimony, and the evidence contained in the record, the board concluded that the revised project adequately responded to the council's direction. Contention 7 states the non-living spaces were relabeled as void areas. At the April 9th hearing, the applicant clarified that the area labeled as void space was vaulted ceiling space above the 2nd floor, not additional 3rd floor living area. To address concerns about massing and potential conversion of this area in the future, the applicant proposed lowering the rear shed roof by 3 feet, and the board incorporated this revision as a condition. Contention 8 states that the finished floor elevation hasn't been lowered. The revised project reduces the overall building height by 1 foot. The top of roof elevation has also been lowered by 2 feet when measured from the rear property line through additional excavation. The board evaluated the modified design and determined the revised project adequately addressed direction regarding building height and massing. And lastly, contention 9 states that the proposed plan is still too bulky, too boxy, and too unarticulated for the neighborhood's aesthetics. The revised project incorporated numerous modifications intended to reduce the perception of mass and scale and improve articulation. The board also imposed additional conditions to further reduce upper level massing. The board concluded that the revised project, as conditioned, adequately addressed council's direction and satisfied the applicable design review criteria. As I mentioned, the project received 4 affirmative votes by the board. Therefore, the review of the design review component is not a de novo hearing. I can return and walk the council through the standard of review upon request. The standard of review for the CDP for the ADU is considered a de novo hearing. This slide summarizes the council's decision-making options for this option. Again, I can return to this slide upon request, but tonight's staff's recommendation is consistent with option 1, which is to adopt the attached resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the design review board's approval of the project. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Before we move on to staff questions of staff, do any council have any ex parte communications to announce?
I had a phone conversation with Steve Kawaratani, and I met with the 2 immediate adjacent neighbors.
As I did as well.
I met with Ileana. I exchanged some emails with Paige and met with Steve Kawaratani.
I don't have any substantive ex parte disclosures.
All right. Okay, any questions of staff?
Yeah, I have a question. So Kate, in the email communications that we've had from the neighbors, they continue to mention this void space. What is the dimensions of the void area?
I can share plans to make that clear. Oop. This is the uppermost floor level. The void space to the north side is about 5 feet 9 inches. And the void space to the south is about 11 feet.
That's 11 feet in height,
No, in
in
width.
length,
In
width, in length, okay. How high?
There are two void spaces. Over bedroom 3, there's a sloping shed roof. At its highest point, it's approximately 16 feet 5 inches above the finished floor over that bedroom 3, which
Is that the
Kate
smaller
has
one?
up on the screen here.
Is that the smaller one, Anthony?
And we can take a look at the second void space next. That is also approximately 16 feet 5 inches in height.
Okay, and my other question was on condition 30, the fire access. So when I was there, it's the fire access. So how is the fire access? It's so tight up there. So how is the fire access going to be achieved?
I believe on the applicant side, they are meeting fire access, so we would need to confirm that fire access would still be compliant on the neighboring property side. Because I believe right now they kind of share their side yards. So we would be confirming, we haven't reviewed the neighbor's fire access, but as proposed, I believe this design complies for their project.
Yeah, okay, because when I was at Amelia's house where it looked like there was just no room for fire access. I mean, I was wondering how the fire department would even get in there. I mean, I know everything's tight in this town, but it did look, excessively tight.
They would likely have to shift the fire access on the applicant side to make room for the neighbors if they don't currently meet fire access.
Okay.
Questions of staff?
One of the and thank you for having the plans up. One of the questions or one of the comments that we've heard from a number of the neighbors is the lack of desiring more articulation on the third floor. How much is the third floor recessed back from the floor below the forward wall? I can ask the applicant too, but
This would really vary depending on which section that you're reviewing. For this section,
yeah, I know yeah, you're right. It's articulated. So the southernmost section, that looks like it's
this is probably the northernmost section.
the northernmost is recessed. I can see. How much is that recessed by?
This is about 8 feet.
About 8 feet. And then
And then on
the southern
the
section.
southern section, it's about 7.5 feet.
Below the lower recess from the
Sorry. Measuring. This is
the building wall.
Oh.
This is just deck.
Are we talking about the upper level or the middle? Oh, recess from just the wall.
Yeah, from the wall, the second story wall.
About 2.5 feet.
Okay, so we have a 2.5 foot setback on the southern side, and what did you say, 8?
8.
8 on the northern side. Okay, thank you. Oh, I did have one other question. I'm sorry. Another comment that came up was concerned about parking. Anthony, you and I chatted about this earlier today. I don't know if one of the two of you can you review the parking requirements and the parking that's provided in this plan?
Yes, thank you. So with the property being located within the Arch Beach Heights specific plan area, it's subject to the unique parking requirements of that specific plan, which means a minimum of 2 covered spaces and 2 uncovered spaces. This project does also include an ADU. However, under state ADU law, this project does qualify for an exemption from the ADU parking requirement because it's essentially being constructed as part of a new single-family home, and that is eligible for an exemption from that additional parking requirement.
So total spots required and total spots provided. Can you just give me those 2 numbers?
So the requirement is a total of 4 spaces, 2 of which must be covered, and the applicant's proposing 3 covered spaces, 2 uncovered spaces.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff? None. I will open public testimony, allowing 5 minutes for the appellant's presentation. Does the appellant have a presentation?
Hello, my name is Paige Lila, and I live at 940 Baja, and I'd like to thank the council members that contacted me.
Pull the mic toward your, thank you.
We know the history of this project from the first city council meeting, so I will only state my requests. The house on the south side is 4 feet from my property, when in the prior plans it has been 5 feet. I'd like the city to ensure that this is allowed. I was told the minimum is 5 feet. I don't want the Soria team to provide the answer after the misinformation about the driveway entrance location that we received in the very first set of DRB meetings. The house has 2 void dead areas in the back that are not part of the living square footage, but they're included in the envelope of the house. Those dead areas also have windows in the back. The top level of the house can be pushed back so it is even with my home in the back, which accomplishes the following: the same living square footage, privacy for my home, and 960 Baja. There's less mass and bulk and less an apartment-like looking building. It steps down the hill. More articulation. The balconies are not as large. 950 Baja will not lose any of their beautiful coastline views, which they have always had. There is a driveway in front of them. That is a street. That is not a driveway. That is used by the homeowner as her driveway. So they will always have an unobstructed view. There's no landscaping on my side in the front of the house. Landscaping will make it look less like a massive apartment building. I'm also requesting all south-facing windows are opaque, which ensures more privacy for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll allow 3 minutes for anybody in support of the appeal.
Yeah. So thank you for listening to me. This is again a meeting where we are discussing about what was discussed before about the mass and the bulking of this construct that has not been changed much. I live on the north side, and the proposed construction is only 6 feet away from my wall, and my bedroom is just there, and the second bedroom on the first floor also. Also, my living room is facing that side, and I have a patio there. So to treat that, I think it's completely unacceptable for me to lose all this privacy. And so what I think should be done is to have, if there are windows, they should be fixed and with frosted glasses. That's what I think would be fair. Furthermore, there is no landscaping on that side, nor on Page side. And the structure is immediately adjacent to my home. Landscaping in these zones is not optional. It is required, and it is a required screening measure that must be reflected in the approved plans. The area in front of my patio, like you said, is the firing escape. It's a very small corner and should be revised. Also, the deck configuration should be different. And in fact, what Paige was proposing of removing this void in the back and pushing back the third floor would solve many of our privacy issues. And the decks have been increased in size instead than decrease it. So they should do something and maybe make two rectangular instead of having this L that face completely my building. And finally, I have to say that the proposal does not adequately address parking availability for the resident of the ADU. So if there is a parking there, it's for the house. What is going to be for those that are in the ADU? And those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal?
Thank you, Ann Kane. Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing this again. Please direct the developers to follow the instructions you gave at the last appeal, which was our first appeal, which included having more articulation, decreasing the square footage, lowering the height of the structure, and providing privacy to the neighbors. Incorporating these directions into the plans will create a more neighborhood-compatible project. Also, please require the property be restaked so that the neighbors can see the actual dimensions of the house. And I hope you'll take a look at how it does not fit with the neighborhood. All of the houses in that area are charming and individual, and this looks like a giant apartment building. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in support of the appeal?
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dennis McGuire. I'm a neighbor directly impacted by the proposed development at 950 Baja Street. The applicant is seeking to build a new 3-story home with an ADU that is significantly out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood, impacting our views, privacy, and light. This council previously rejected this project unanimously with clear direction. Today, I am here because that direction was not followed and because of serious concerns about how the last hearing was conducted. The revised design does not meet what the council required. The upper floors are actually larger than the rejected design. That is the opposite of what was directed. Non-living spaces that were previously in the garage now have been moved to the 3rd floor and relabeled as void areas. That is not a reduction, that is a rearrangement dressed up in different language. What we are specifically asking this council to direct is this: push the top level back and eliminate those void areas at the rear of the house. The single change, that single change would provide articulation, improve privacy, and reduce the bulk appearance of the structure without losing a single square foot of living space. We are also asking that the finished floor elevation be lowered through sewage injector or lift pumps, a readily available solution that could reduce the overall height by up to 2 feet without changing the design at all. This is where I need to be very direct with you. Midway through the hearing, the previous hearing, the applicant's representative claimed this project could not legally be denied more than 5 times, and the board shifted and voted yes immediately after that statement. We believe that threat swayed the vote, not the merits of the design. We were also never informed that postponements requested by the applicant counted towards that 5 hearing limit. We had no say in those delays, yet we were being penalized for them. On top of that, the applicant submitted design changes on the very day of the hearing. We found out on the spot with no notice, no time to review them before the vote. The stakes were not corrected either. These are not minor oversights. They go directly to whether that hearing was conducted fairly. We have paid the required appeal fee here today, but we are formally requesting a full refund under policy 1.8. We believe that happened at the hearing, we believe what happened at the hearing meets the standard of abuse of discretion. We have participated in this process in good faith for nearly 5 years, and we should not be financially penalized for appealing a decision we believe was improperly influenced. In closing, you rejected this project unanimously and gave clear direction. The direction was not followed in design, and the hearing was compromised by a threat that should never have influenced the vote. We are asking this council to require specific changes, pull back the top level, eliminate the void areas, and lower the finished floor elevation. We are simply asking for what was already decided.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? None. We'll move on to the applicant's presentation, allowing 5 minutes.
Hello again. Steve Kawaratani, representing the applicant team. Could we cue up my slideshow, please? So the central question before the council today, did the applicant follow the direction given by the city council? And I think the answer is yes, and the following exhibits will prove that. So if we look at slide 1, what we're presenting today is at the top, and what was remanded back to the design review board is on the lower portion. So council asked us to move the driveway and the garage to the right. They asked us to move the home further back from Baja Street, lower the height by a foot, and basically we accomplished all that. These were not minor design changes. They were major. Next slide. So for simplicity here, red is what we removed, blue is what we added. So if we look at the red, and this is on the street level, the garage was moved to the south, as we explained. And then we took the ADU, the mechanical, and storage and put them in blue. So these are dug into the hill, and they add no mass, visible mass to the project. Next slide. At the mid-level, we pulled back the deck. We removed some program at the back, and we added a little bit to the right where it wasn't going to create a situation on Baja. Next slide. So contrary to what the appellants are saying, we took out 478 square feet on that upper level. And the street-facing deck and the program itself were proposed to be moved back 13 feet 6 inches. At the approval, we agreed to a condition to pull it back an additional 3 feet. So we're now 16 feet 6 inches further back from when the council last saw the project. Next slide. So these elevations, the bottom one's probably the most important. It's where the board and the council have been concentrating on. We did lower the house by 2 feet. You can see in red each area next to Dr. Borelli that were pulled back. We also pulled back some areas next to Page's home. The glazing on the upper elevation was reduced by 41% on Page's side. On Dr. Borelli's side, if you look at the few windows that we do have, and the upper 3 are all clerestory windows, we reduced the glazing by 59%. The void area that we've been talking about actually was going to be for mechanical, and storage. It was proposed to be 6 feet tall. One of the conditions was to lower it to 3 feet, which we've done. If we're going to get into a long conversation about this, I'll just put on the record now, we'll take it out. But it's a very tiny area, 3 feet tall. Not sure anyone could live in there. Next slide. This shows the pattern of development, this aerial view. We're circled in blue. There are varied setbacks, and you can see that our home compares favorably with many of the other projects. You'll note that on Dr. Borelli's side, we are pulled back substantially, and our deck and the structure itself are either even or in back of Paige's home. Last slide. So the design review reviewed the project carefully and imposed 3 conditions, and we were approved unanimously 4-0. We believe that the council's earlier direction was addressed, and I won't get into the list again because I'm down to 1 second, but thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers in support of the applicant? Speakers in support of the applicant? None, okay. We'll have a rebuttal from the appellant. Do you have a rebuttal?
The void areas are the biggest issue with us. If you overlay the 3rd level over the 2nd level plans, the void areas, they overlay exactly the bedroom on my side, bedroom and bathroom on my side, and a bathroom and a storage and another storage unit on the north side. Why do they need that void area? If they push the top level back, just to match the back of my house, that means the top level moves back and we have more privacy and there's more articulation. I don't get why they insist on having that. It just adds mass and bulk. That is not living square footage at all. And they were very clear in saying that that was storage and the mechanical room. So they moved it down to the first floor in the garage. Move the house back on the top level. And you know what that will provide is also the neighbors behind on Catella will probably improve their views as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council of staff?
I just also want to say about the landscape on the side. So this building is really close to both the north and the south side. And there is no landscape. If you look on the design, I don't even know if there would be a wall or what.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any questions from council of staff or the appellant or the applicant?
I'm still a little bit confused about the void areas. Steve said they're reduced to 3 foot high, but I thought when we were going to questions before we went to hearing, we were saying they were, quite a bit higher. So
Plans that we were showing earlier didn't show the 3-foot reduction that was conditioned by the board.
So I think they said originally 6 feet, now it's 3 feet.
They're lowering it by 3 feet.
No, the reduction.
can we get, I don't know if the architect, can we get an answer as to how high this void space is?
May I approach Bob?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's an older A5. So that was a vaulted ceiling originally. And then when we were asked to redesign, we thought it might be more efficient to have that area both as storage and for mechanical, and the ceiling, as you can see there, is 6 feet. However, one of the conditions that the Design Review Board made was to lower that to 3 feet. And I explained that to you, Bob, I believe, at our meeting. So you can actually see it's half of what is being depicted on there. We went ahead and made the change on our plan, and staff hasn't updated it yet. But at the end of the day, we don't have to have that 3-foot storage area. We thought it would be great off the bedrooms and the family room to put suitcases and stuff in. We'd still like to have a shed roof there to get water off, but if council is inclined for us to drop that even further, then it truly will become an unusable space. I just don't really want to take up council time discussing this for a half hour. So we're happy to lower it further or to eliminate it. There are no other void spaces in the building.
Okay, hang tight and let's see if there's any other questions of council for you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions from council of staff or any other applicant or
But
appellant?
does staff concur that in light of the Design Review Board direction or condition, is this void space down to a 3-foot high space?
It is being reduced in height by 3 feet. And that's what this plan is depicting here. These are the Design Review Board plans with some markups shown in red. So with that 3-foot height reduction to the shed roof, we have at the higher side of this proposed bathroom, a ceiling height of approximately 13 feet, 5 inches.
So it's open to the level below. It's a vaulted ceiling.
Correct.
Got it.
Other questions?
I don't have any more questions. I have some comments. Do you have questions, Mayor?
No, I'm good. So no other questions? Okay. Then I will close public testimony and bring it back to council for debate. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, I think if you just remove the void areas, that seems to satisfy their issue because it sets back the top significantly. I agree about the landscape areas because I still don't get how the fire access works. Maybe we can talk more about that. And the parking, does the ADU, so it's a new ADU, it's a new build, right? So do we have are the parking requirements exempt for the ADU? Actually, they are, aren't they? Okay. And then the frosted glass, I can see the need for privacy because that's very tight up there. I mean, those are my things that I would do that I think could help considerably.
So let me ask you a question. When you say remove the void areas, do you mean
Back it up.
hiding?
Back it up.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. And did you have a question, Hallie?
No, I have comments though.
Oh, a comment.
It seems to me that if the applicant is willing to push that third level back to the back line of the structure to eliminate the void areas, to add in privacy landscaping on both sides, and to use privacy glass of some sort on both sides on windows, that we would have a project that would be more beneficial to the neighborhood. And I would support that if the applicant is amenable to that.
Is that something you could support, Bob?
Well, I had some discussion with staff on the windows, and I don't know if we could pull those up. I actually think on the north side, 2 of those, the top ones are clerestory windows. They're way up high. So I don't know as though there's really a need to obscure those. But the lower ones on the north side, I think are largely obscured by the fence, aren't they? Between the properties. I mean, I get the privacy thing. I just don't want to obscure windows where you don't need to obscure them. If there's some we have to obscure on, I understand that.
I
but
appreciate that. I think that's a really good point.
Those other windows are up by the ceiling, right?
I think Kate or Anthony could describe that for us, I think.
So the area that's shown in yellow is where the proposed site wall will be. So approximately, if you're standing there at 5 feet 8 inches, you wouldn't be able to see up to that point, and anything beyond that would be visible. So this area in red, this line in red is the site wall, and the finished floor is also in this red line right here.
Okay, so that's partially obscured by the fence line of 6 feet. And then the top windows, the clerestory, those are up high on the wall, above head height. And then can we look at the south side windows?
This would be the main level and then the upper level. And I believe we can confirm with the applicant, I believe these windows are opaque.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Can you confirm that, Kate?
I would need to confirm with the applicant, but I believe the windows on both the mid and upper level are opaque, but I would need confirmation from the applicant.
Do we ask for that?
Sure. Oh, open public testimony. Can you come up, please?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are the windows facing the south neighbor, are they opaque on the mid level and the upper level?
I'm sorry, Kate, I didn't get.
Are the windows opaque facing the southerly neighbor?
We opaqued all those windows, did we not, Hugo? I think that the board did not make us opaque the last window because we have a view out of there. And I think that would be unreasonable, but the other windows were opaqued.
And by last window, you mean the one outlined in the red box on the screen?
Right, that lower window, that's
right there.
Yeah, we have a view out that way.
Thank you.
And for clarification on that void area, I can't make that area flat. Water's just going to sit on top. So what we would do, Hallie, we'd have to have a little pitch, for the water to shed off. So right now that roof, it has a false ceiling. So I think staff has an older plan. It was originally a vaulted ceiling. So it has a false floor and it was intended for suitcases. But if this is becoming a topic of discussion, why don't we just flatten it, but we still need a pitched roof and back to get the water off.
Maybe we should, instead of talking about the void space, talk about Sue and Hallie's comment about sliding that story back. I think that's what your expectation is that not right?
David.
Can I speak up? You can come to the podium.
I'm the owner for this project. Thank you to give me this opportunity to speak up. For the past 6, 7 times, I never speak up. I try to work out as the best with the neighbors. This project changed so many times.
Yeah, okay. We're asking a question right now, so I'm going to keep it specific to the question.
I cannot move this back because the third level, if it's moved back again, it will be in a tunnel. I don't have side view and all the views for the ocean. So we're working so hard to keep the view.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, it is.
We're talking about the rear of the property, correct?
No, he's talking.
I'm going to turn this over. Who would like to address it, Sue or Hallie?
It's a really simple question, Steve. Can we take where those void areas are now and can we shift the entire third story back to take over the space that is now currently the void area?
Right, we can do that. All it is a shed roof right now that's 3 feet high. I still would like something that would shed because directly below that's a bathroom right? So we're not going to push the bathroom back on the mid-level, but on the upper level, may I bring this up to you? Thanks.
Okay. Give it to staff. Give it to staff, Steve. Steve, point it out to Anthony so he's sure to bring up the right elevation.
This is the area they're talking about, Anthony. And I can't make that just flat. It needs to shed a little bit to get the water off. And see, we're half that height now, and this actually has a false floor on it. That makes sense to you?
That's what you're talking about.
Exactly. Oh, thank you for the illustration.
Steve, what's a false floor?
Originally, that was going to be a mechanical room. As I said, it extended out further and the board had issue with that. So we pulled it back. And so then what Hugo did, looking, at Anthony's drawing a bit more carefully, underneath that bathroom, it ended up having a vaulted ceiling. In other words, 3 feet higher than the 8.5-foot plate. And so Hallie's asking us, and I guess you're asking, can we take out that portion? So that draw, you see where the red line is that Anthony drew in? It's only 3 feet high now. That was one of the conditions from the design review board to cut that down to 3 feet. So we can move that wall that you and Hallie are concerned with at the back, move it, but I still would like to have a little shed there because, pop up that roof above the bathroom so we can have water drain out rather than pooling above the bathroom. I don't think that's unreasonable.
I think my goal here is to provide additional articulation and decreased massing by having that third level further away from the street. That's my end goal. And if that's possible to do, and whether or not the roof is shed, like a shed roof or a flat roof, I think that's a question for the architect.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hallie, you said from the street. I thought we were talking from the rear yard.
If I may, just make a suggestion to say staff to try and maybe help steer the conversation. Would it be possible based on, because it sounds like maybe the conditions imposed by the board to reduce it 3 feet are maybe interfering with now potentially the council direction of shifting the entire program back. So if we're analyzing it without that board imposed condition, where there's the reduction of the 3 feet, is there a way to move the program back that would make sense?
We've
from
already
staff's perspective?
Thank you for that. We've shrunk that mid-level back considerably. We're happy to take what we're calling the void space and eliminate it. But I would just like a shed roof over the bathroom on the mid-floor. So we're removing that small portion, Hallie, that Anthony has up. And that will give us more articulation by removing that tiny bit that's the third level. And so we'll move it back to what is being called the powder.
Well, it's up to you. If you still have questions, just, I don't know. It seems like there's still a disconnect on what we're talking about, but.
So repeat your question, Hallie, and then it sounds like the answer is no. Is that what we're hearing?
I think the answer to my question is no.
And then related to that, did you voluntarily, or can you at this time voluntarily agree to the conditions that the design review board had imposed?
We had agreed to that condition. It is a de novo hearing. And so we made those changes based on those instructions. And so that upper level, we're happy to get rid of that void area, okay, at the rear. Not a problem. But we had already moved the upper level back 16.5 feet from the street.
Thank
Steve,
you.
I think just to be clear, just trying to interpret here what Hallie and Sue are saying. They want that 16.5 feet to be more. push the whole thing back. That's
No.
what, I'm just saying, that's the request.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand. I think that would be unreasonable. We had proposed 13 and a half feet. The board imposed to get their support to move it back another 3. So we're 16 and a half feet back, Hallie, from when we were last approved and we were remanded back. And to get that last vote from the chair, we agreed to that 3 feet. So we are at 16 and a half. That's substantial.
Okay, so the third floor cannot be moved back to the point where that void space is. Okay, thank you. I'll close public testimony again, bring it back to council. Are there any other comments regarding the rest of the project?
We did have a comment on landscaping. Can staff just quickly review the landscaping on the side, the north side and the south side? What is the landscaping? And is there any opportunity for more?
These are the landscape plans, and there's landscaping on the north side yard, but it seems the south side yard is limited by the fire access and access to the primary unit.
Okay, so those are planters, several planters on the south side. Is that what those are?
On the north side. There's no planters on the south side. Oh, yes, there's,
Yeah, those,
those are elevated as well. Those are off of the decks.
okay. And then it's the fire access down at the bottom that prevents further landscaping.
Correct. And that's their access to their primary unit as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments? Who, Alex?
So the neighbors were specific in their concerns, so, which I appreciate. They came up and said exactly what they'd like to see, which is very helpful to the council when you do that. So I'm not sure, other than putting some landscaping in, how can we help with their concerns? I mean, I get their concerns.
We can't do that. I need to have a public testimony opened in order to make.
Well, let me, just so there's no confusion, I don't think it's a question of it can't be, it's whether council is gonna, I mean, could staff comment on that? I know it may not, I don't think the applicant wants to do it, but is it with the rear yard setback and so on, is it achievable? Not reducing square footage, but just retaining the same square footage on the third floor, but pushing it back. Is that?
Yes, thank you for that question. From staff's perspective, that is feasible and code compliant with our zoning code. What Kate is showing on the screen here is 2 cross sections taken from the building, street on the left-hand side, rear property line on the right-hand side. And these sections are taken through the 2 quote-unquote void spaces. The third floor in both sections shifts back up to the void space volume. So up to the rear setback line, this would comply with our development standards. And Kate, if you could maybe read out the increase in that setback along the street, how far does the building, the third floor, push back into the lot?
And these are based off of roof height setbacks. So the original teal line is the original setback. It's about 23 feet, 6 inches. And by shifting everything into the void space, the new front setback would be 34 feet, 6 inches. At the closest portion, because it does vary on the north and south side.
Looks like this would cause the family room portion of that upper floor to shift back a little under 6 feet towards the back of the lot. And for the master bedroom side, since that front building wall is articulated front to back, that's an approximately 11-foot increase in that setback along the front.
So are we inclined to go that direction?
I'm interested in hearing from my fellow council members.
Can I speak one more time?
No.
Well, I think that, I don't know, I think they've done a lot already. I don't know, you know, there may be some additional square footage, but I don't know, pushing it back 10 or 11 feet, I think was that the dimension we're talking about? That's pushing that third level well back, I think, behind the edge of the adjacent properties. I mean, so if there's, you know, if council's inclined to do that, I could see some further pushback, but, you know, I don't know. So you want to, I don't know why you'd set it back, you know, way behind the string line of the other properties.
I would agree with that.
I appreciate the applicant's willingness to eliminate those void areas. So I think that that's a good thing to consider as well.
Alex, do you have any?
I mean, I think one of the issues here is that the neighbor, it is frustrating that there wasn't more compromise on the part of the applicant to deal with the direction of the council, and I really do empathize with the neighbors here, and I think that it kind of goes back to what we were discussing in the last hearing, where state laws really restrict what we're able to do when you have a code compliant project in front of us. It's a very weird thing to apply that standard in Laguna Beach because a code compliant project traditionally has not been the threshold for our subjective process. So from a fairness standpoint, I totally get where the neighbors are coming from. So question for the city attorney. So if we were to say, do you have a good answer about if even, it sounds like there might not be consensus for pushing it back on the council, but hypothetically, if we wanted to, would you have concern about the legal risk associated with that because it's a code compliant project, even if we're not reducing square footage as Councilmember Whalen alluded to?
Councilmember Renagi, I think that you have the authority under the zoning code to require compliance with the student development standards. So if there's a change, it's just pushing it back. And that pushing that back still meets all of the development standards. You certainly have that authority. Yeah.
So do you think it would help, Bob, if it came back a couple of feet instead of the whole 5 or 6?
I don't.
I didn't go in the house. That's why.
Yeah,
the next door.
I'm just saying, I mean, I'm hearing 2 council members saying they're interested in seeing a further reduction back. I don't think I think you can eliminate the void, but I don't think a full pushback of another 10 or 11 feet, if you pull up that string line, it puts the applicant back behind both
Yeah.
neighbors. I don't know why, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know why that's the rule. So, I mean, a couple more feet on the north and a couple feet on the south, you know, that might make peace, but I think pushing it all the way back is too much.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, how many feet are we talking about here? We need to be more specific. So we were saying like, if to eliminate the void area, that was what, 10 or 11 feet?
I think that's
Why don't
what
we
Kate said. I mean, to me, that's
Why don't we
too
just
much.
say we push it back 6 feet? What?
So your suggestion is to push back 6 feet and eliminate the void areas. There's nothing we can do about the landscaping, and the windows on that side have already been frosted.
Yep.
Can I see the elevation one more time, please? I just want to make sure that we don't create a tunnel. So, and the string lines right now, if I went to the site plan, that puts it well beyond that. See right here? The dark blue line is well behind the 940, address 940. And I guess that's what I'm referring to as a tunnel. So you'll be looking through.
I think there was.
This is the
wasn't
full, I'm sorry, but just real quick, this is the full distance that whatever that we're calling the void space in the back, it's equivalent to that.
Okay.
Bob?
I was just going to say, there was one aerial view, wasn't there, with the string line? Maybe that was in Steve Quartani's presentation.
There you go.
In here, just to clarify, that 960 Baja project to the left of the project, the brown roof is essentially the footprint of that uppermost level. There's a lower roof structure over a lower floor in front of it.
So the brown roof on 960 is the top of the top floor, and then the grayish roof that extends out past the Baja Street is the
That would
roof
be the
of this.
mid-level. Yes.
I have to say, I'm hesitant to require moving that upper level without coordination with the applicant team and the architects, simply because I'm not a designer and I don't want to be designing from the dais. I always appreciate it when the applicant is willing and able to make changes that reflect what the neighbors are asking for. And I think in this case, the appellants and the neighbors have been really clear about what they're looking for. I think the easy things to agree to, frosted windows, which have already been agreed to, landscaping in one section is not possible on the other side, and the elimination of the void areas altogether. Those are the easy things to say yes to, that the applicant and the neighbors can agree on. The question of whether that top level remains where it is or moves back any further is the sticking point that we're all trying to figure out now. And I think it's hard to try and act like architects in this situation.
Hallie, in your view, the discussion around the void space in the back, just, I need it for my clarity. Is it always been about or is it sometimes about the elimination of the actual square footage in that, or is it always been about moving that top floor back? Is there a problem if there's just storage space back there?
I don't have a problem with there being storage space back there. I have a problem with the potential that the space could be easily and quickly converted to additional living space. And I'm not trying to presume that the applicant would do that. But I think we see a lot of that in the city. We see a lot of, whether it's multiple owners down the road, somebody decides, I'm going to make this change. It's relatively easy. I'd like to eliminate the opportunity for that, which is why I think the opportunity to eliminate the void area altogether precludes us from being in a bad situation later.
Well,
down
if
the road.
that's the case, if that's the primary concern with that space, then lowering the ceiling like they had suggested would eliminate that because it literally would not be usable because of the height.
Which might very well be the reason for your willingness to do that.
So does that seem like in your discussions, Bob, is that what you had found as well with the folks that had concerns? Was there a view issue from the house, the third floor being too far forward?
Yeah, I think the neighbors wanted back a couple feet. Why don't we just see if the applicant will go to move it back 2 feet, lower the roof to the 3 feet.
Hold on, Steve, I need to open.
And
I'll
move
open
on from this.
and ask you a
Thank you, Mark.
question.
Bob, we had reviewed this a couple days ago. When we were redesigning, we found that the front of our house compared to 950 was 9 inches in front of hers. Did not want that to become a bone of contention, so we lined it up perfectly. Why should we move in back of her and create a tunnel? That's unreasonable. Our deck is 2 feet further back than hers, right? And now if we look on the left-hand side, I don't want to sound like a broken record. We're 16 and a half feet back from where we are. If you look at that exhibit that I created, we're well back of Dr. Borelli's, and whoever designed her house was quite clever with that 30-degree angle, forcing us back anyway. But to Mark's point, why would we concede anything on our upper level and be in back of the neighbor? It's really, if we were in front, I would get it. She doesn't have a view back that way. Her view is to the southwest, the ocean. So we are even with her project. I did that purposely. I didn't want to run afoul with the council with you saying, oh, you're 9 inches in front of her. Why did you do that? It's why I made it even.
Well, I think Steve, it's about the massing, because it does look, it's a bigger house than a lot of the houses in the neighborhood and behind as well. I think it's about the massing, and for them, it's privacy. I can kind of understand. I think it needs to go back some though.
Okay, so if we request it going back, it looks like it would be done with our direction, not necessarily the applicant's agreement.
Well, I want to work with council. Obviously, I think I have a track record of doing that, but council is maybe not considering what we have proposed and worked really hard on, and instead are considering 2 neighbors and actually 1 neighbor. Again, my question is, why should we be in back of that structure? I don't see
think,
the point.
well, Sue's point, and I believe Hallie's point just was that there was a massing issue, right? So I guess, and I'm just reiterating what I heard. So a
Right.
massing issue, and
okay,
then there was
we
some
eliminated
privacy.
487 square feet on that top. That's
Mhm.
almost 500 square feet. And if we go back to my sections in my plan view, you can see clearly how much the project was pulled back. It's not like we left it there.
Yeah.
So again, we can only go by the instructions that we were given by 4 of you, and we exceeded that. And the board took 1 more look at it, and probably the board member who was toughest on us was the chair, and he goes, this is an approvable project for me if you move it back 3 feet. And we agreed. And I just feel that our project is just getting picked on a non-de novo hearing. The board looked at this carefully. And I respect what you're saying, Hallie, but again, give me a justification why we should move that portion of the house back of the neighbors. I'd like the justification.
I heard massing. I didn't say it. That's what I heard. So let me just instead of recapping what we've already heard, let me just kind of try to move the conversation forward. With that said, I don't have a way to move the conversation forward. So do we have, Bob mentioned 2 feet. I thought that was, reasonable. I understand he has a good point. What's the rationale behind that? Sue is saying, well, it's not just privacy, it's massing. So would that reduce the appearance of massing? It would to a certain degree. A couple of feet, would it be dramatic? Not necessarily. So that's where we are.
Yeah, I think it does achieve the goal of contributing to a decreased perception of massing. It's a big house. It's a big house for this neighborhood. So I understand that desire. I guess I would look to the two of you now for the number, if you want to require an additional 2 feet or what your request would be.
So Bob brought up 3 feet. Was that what you said, Bob?
I'm not leading the charge on this. I just threw 2 feet out. I
Okay.
said 11 feet, which would be moving all the way back, is way too much in
Yeah.
my view. If council's gonna do anything, it should be more on the small end of that, like 2 feet, so.
So, and the applicant, he was not for 2 feet. Is that fair?
Correct.
He's not, there's no, okay.
So would you like to make a motion with that then?
I don't want to make a motion, no.
Well, who's leading the charge on this then? Nobody? I have an impasse. This is my first. What's that?
I was just going to note that if you are going to push it back, that I would recommend that that's conditioned on it not reducing the square footage, because sometimes there's unintended consequences. And so just something to keep in mind as you make that motion is that the square footage needs to stay the same. Since we don't have plans, we don't exactly know how that could play out.
Well, no, it's a good observation. I mean, and the applicant talked about reducing or losing 400 and something square feet on the 3rd level. I mean, you could gain a whole bunch of square footage by filling in that void back there and adding, not reducing the shed roof, just
That's a very good
build
point.
it out. You could get, I don't know what the square footage is, a couple hundred square feet back there.
Does that incentivize the applicant at all?
Council, respectfully, we made that concession in the back. It really has no material effect. It's something that maybe the neighbors have an issue with. It has no material effect as far as massing to them. It has no material effect to view, to privacy. It was just a storage room. It's why at the outset, to avoid this conversation, I just offered to reduce it. I sent you a copy and we looked at my slides. That upper area was pulled back substantially. We have to have some confidence as applicants that if the council gives us clear direction and we do it, staff recognizes it, the board recognizes it, it's not fair to come back to council because a couple neighbors are complaining and don't like the project, that we should have our program reviewed again. Everyone but you, Hallie, were here when we received the direction from council. As I said at the beginning, we did that and more in good faith. I tweaked the project when I found that inadvertently we were 9 inches in front. I pulled it back. What's 9 inches to us, right? We were happy to do that. But the moment you start redesigning on the fly, we have problems with an elevator. We have problems with a master bedroom up top. We have problems with access out the master bedroom into the main portion of the house, the living room. These are things that council doesn't think about, but they're things that our designer has to think about. And maybe it sounds good to say, oh, just cut it back another 2 feet. It truly isn't that easy, not when we made the upper area smaller than a room and a half. We really did. So I'm just asking the council to honor what you asked us to do. The board saw clearly in the staff report what you asked us to do. It's why we got approved. But again, because they couldn't help themselves, they asked us to move the house back an additional 3 feet on that upper level. We've done everything, council members, that we were asked to do in 2024. And I'm just asking you to be reasonable. Thank you.
Steve, did we have void areas in the other design?
I'm sorry?
Did we have, in the previous design, did you have void areas in there?
No. We ended up, it's really not a void area. Originally, it was a vaulted ceiling, Sue, right? So it went from the first up, up to the second floor, or the second to the third floor. So it gave us a little more volume there. When we got remanded back, as I said at my opening remarks, that we were going to make that area that's called void into a mechanical room. But one reason why we continued is when I met with the board, they didn't like the idea of putting more program up there. So it's why we eliminated that area. They asked, we lowered it to 6 for storage. The board asked us to lower it to 3, so there'd be no possibility of development up there. All we wanted was a place to throw suitcases in and a yoga mat, right? And it's just not that large of an area. But again, I'm willing to concede it. Let's just eliminate it.
Is there a bathroom in the void areas?
There's a bathroom directly behind or below, and there's a powder room on the other side. So, they're already at minimal size. We've squeezed everything up there. So now we're talking about livability. And I'm not sure how carefully the council looked at the floor plan, but, again, 2 feet may not sound like a lot to you. It's a lot to the property owner. It's a lot to the architect trying to design this. And I wouldn't be up here with an extended plea if I didn't think we had done everything the council had asked us to do, truly. We didn't renege on a thing. And so what's hard for me to understand is at a non-de novo hearing, we're messing around with the project again, when the board looked at it with a lot more time than you guys did. So why don't we trust the board? Why don't you trust us? Why don't you keep your word when you gave us your direction that we fulfilled it? And I don't think that staff would contradict me by saying we did not follow almost perfectly what the council asked us to do and more. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to close public testimony again. I'm not sure if moving it back would have that much of a difference on the mass. It might even make it worse, Hallie, now that I'm studying this elevation, because it's going to make this, it's going to flatten it out. Right now it has, if you look at the old one, they did create, articulation. In their revised design. Compared to the top one, top image.
I see.
I mean, I think it's a dramatic improvement. the two elevations?
You know, I'm always looking for consensus. I'm always looking to try to get everybody to agree on something, even if everybody's not happy. But I don't think we're going to get to consensus on this project. I just don't think we're going to get to agreement on this. And for the reasons that I stated earlier, I'm really hesitant without buy-in from the applicant and the architect to try to redesign on the fly. So I guess I would be willing to make a motion that we eliminate the void areas in the back. We confirm that the windows on the south side are frosted. We already have plantings on the north side to provide screening. I guess I would be willing to make that motion at this point.
Do we need to be specific on the windows that were to be frosted? Which,
It's my understanding that they're already frosted according to the plans on the south side, with the exception of that one.
Yeah, we don't want to frost windows out of a ceremonial room with a view. Those windows to the back are okay.
So I guess my motion would be frosting the windows as currently outlined in the plan.
And if I may add, Mayor, there was a condition in the board adopted resolution that reads, all proposed glazed openings located within 10 feet of the neighboring structure and less than 6 feet from any existing glazed openings on that structure shall incorporate opaque or frosted glazing to ensure privacy. And I think that does require translucent glass for most, if not all, of the windows along that south building elevation. And that's what we would confirm during the building plan check process.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously?
No.
Oh, you know? Okay. 4-1. Okay, moving on to Appeal C. (332) Locust Street. Open the public hearing. Can I ask if there's any ex parte communications on this project?
I have none.
I have none.
I met with the appellant,
I have none.
the LaGrove family.
I met with the appellant and some of the neighbors.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to the staff presentation, please.
Good evening. Appeal C mainly focuses on the proposed second level addition at 332 Locust Street. The subject property is zoned R2 residential medium density. The proposed project includes additions, landscaping, hardscape, deck addition, barbecue area, and exterior modifications. The proposed 3D rendering of all these improvements are shown on right. This project was approved at Design Review Board 520. There are no previous hearings, and appeal was filed by the owner and residents of 361 Locust Street. The property is currently developed with a single-family residence and a detached garage with a second dwelling unit above. The proposed additions are limited to the single-family residence and include a 31 square feet ground floor addition and 637 square feet second story addition, and 311 square feet of the existing portion of the lower level is proposed to be removed. There is also a 6 square feet deck expansion for the existing second unit located above the garage. Landscaping is proposed throughout the site, and the right-of-way improvements include piasters, a gate, and a wall capped by a low fence. This is the proposed elevation. With the DRB approval, a condition requiring the upper level window to be translucent was placed. These are the 5 contentions. I'll go into every one of these in details. The first contention is that the board failed to meaningfully evaluate feasible BU mitigation alternatives. However, the hearing record demonstrate that the board evaluated potential design alternatives such as roof pitch, building placement, upper story massing, and overall building height. Board members stated how the proposed second level addition was carefully placed, discussed whether lowering the roof height and pitch would be feasible, and also they agreed that the addition was positioned in a way that leaves angled views for the properties while still allowing the applicant the right to build. The second contention focuses how the second story addition is in existing view corridors and no calculation regarding for open space was provided. The appellant explains the board relied on the existence of other two-story homes in the neighborhood as evidence that the proposed project minimizes view impact. However, the hearing record demonstrates that the board evaluated the project against all applicable design review criteria, including neighborhood compatibility, view equity, privacy, and the remaining design review findings. The board's discussion on neighborhood compatibility was one of its overall analysis, not the sole basis for the approval. With respect to neighborhood compatibility, the board found that the proposed second story is consistent, while the appellant further contends that the second story additions are generally located toward the rear of the lot. There are several properties in the staff report exhibits that show second story elements located toward the front of the property. Additionally, the appellant disputes that no supporting calculation for the open space was provided. However, open space calculations were provided with the board approved plans attached as attachment 6. Left is the screenshot of the open space calculation in the plan set that was approved. And also next to the right is a table summarizing the open space requirement. By having the addition at the second level, the project currently meets both the overall site and the other subsequent open space requirements for the minimum ground to sky and open space required for each unit. If the applicant had to move the second level addition to the ground, the available open space would have dropped from 1,286 square feet to approximately 649 square feet. That would fail to both meet city's minimum total open space requirement of 1,134 square feet and the minimum 680 square foot ground to sky open space requirement. So if the applicant were to pursue the ground level addition, the applicant would be limited to around 100 square feet in addition, on top of still demolishing 311 square feet of the existing development as proposed for the current project. The third contention is the lack of evidence for view mitigation findings. However, the hearing record demonstrates that the board's findings were supported by substantial evidence, including staff analysis, applicant testimony, project plans, story pool of observation, site visits to neighboring properties, and extensive board deliberation regarding view equity. The board conducted site visits to neighbors, including the appellant at 361 Locust Street, Mariners at 334 Locust Street, and Bashkovich at 352 Locust Street, and reviewed staking and the staff report. The fourth contention is that the design review board record does not support the suggestion that the appellant sought complete view preservation. The appellant explains that his position regarding view impacts have been mischaracterized by the hearing records. However, the hearing record does not support the claim that the board mischaracterized the appellant's testimony. The board evaluated all evidence presented, such as plans, neighbor testimony, staff analysis, staking, and site visits. The board discussed view equity, privacy, neighborhood compatibility sections during board deliberation. Afterwards, the board found that the project achieves view equity and neighborhood compatibility along with the rest of the design review criteria. The last contention is that the project appears inconsistent with the characterization of the work as minor alteration for CEQA. However, the project is exempt from CEQA under Class 1 as it satisfies the criteria under Section 15301E2, which allows additions up to 10,000 square feet when the project is located in an area where all public services and facilities are available, and the project is less than 10,000 square feet in this case and is in an established residential neighborhood. The project was approved 5-0, so these are the standards of review. If needed, we can revisit this. These are the standards of review for the revocable encroachment permit. So we have 4 city council options. We can also revisit this slide. The first option is that council can uphold board's approval. Second option is the council can uphold board's approval with additional conditions of approval. Third option is to overturn board's approval. Fourth option is to remand and give further direction to the board. This is the definition of abuse of discretion. With that, staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal and sustain the design review board's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll open public testimony, allowing 5 minutes for the appellant.
May I just clarify something for the record? I misspoke. I said that I'd met with the appellant. I did not meet with the appellant. I met with Karen LeGroux, who's a neighbor.
Thank you.
My loss.
Good evening, Mayor Orgill and the council. My name is Greg Homer. I live at 361 Locust Street. I'm the lead appellant, joined by 10 of my neighbors. Let me begin by telling you what I'm not asking for. I'm not asking you to reweigh the evidence. I'm not asking you to block a second story on this property. I support my neighbors' right to build up, and I accept the city's view equity standard, not view preservation. I know the difference, and I respect it. So this is not a save my view appeal. It's narrower than that, and it's aimed at one question the law actually puts in front of you today. Because the board approved this 5-0, I understand that you cannot hold a new hearing or substitute your judgment on the design. Your job is limited to 2 questions. 1, did the board proceed in a manner that the law requires? And 2, is its view equity finding supported by substantial evidence? My appeal rests on that second question. And on this record, the answer is no. Here's the gap. Your view equity ordinance doesn't ask whether some ocean view survives. It requires that avoidable impacts be minimized through feasible design changes. That means the record has to show the board actually weighed the middle ground. The record has to show, not whether or not they visited homes, not what they chit-chatted about, what's on the record, in the resolution, or in the board minutes. It doesn't. Read the transcript. The board framed this as all or nothing. Approve the project as drawn, or in the board's own words, quote, dig down 5 or 6 feet and have a flat roof, unquote. They rightly called that extreme option unreasonable. Between those 2 extremes sat, sat everything my neighbors and I actually asked for in our papers. A narrow, and at the hearing, a narrower upper floor, a greater setback on the view side, a lower ridge line, smaller dormers, shifting some of the program back down to the ground floor, from which they took 300 square feet from the ground floor and moved it upstairs. Not one of those alternatives was analyzed. I realize that's contrary to the staff report. I urge you, read the record. It's not in the staff report. It's not in the resolution. It's not in the board's findings. The record simply assumes that because some view remains and because other 2-story homes exist, by the way, 3 on our street have 2 stories in the front house. 3 on our whole street. The record simply assumes that because some view remains and because other 2-story homes exist, the balance was struck. That's not the analysis the ordinance requires, and a finding that skips that required analysis is not supported by substantial evidence. And you don't have to take my word for how thin the remaining view is. Take the boards. One member called what's left of my view a, quote, small peekaboo view. Another said it survives only, quote, if you're, sorry, this is our neighbor, the Baskoviches. Another said it survives only if you're standing far back and you're over 6 feet tall, which they happen to be. I'd ask you to sit with that. When the board itself describes the surviving view that way, that is not evidence that avoidable impacts were minimized. That is evidence that they weren't. The board saw the severity. It's right there in the transcript. and then approved a design without ever testing whether a less intrusive version could deliver the same second story. So here's what I'm asking, and I've tried to make it very easy to grant. You don't have to reverse anything. Staff's own report confirms two things that you can do tonight. First, under the code, you can uphold this approval but add more restrictive conditions, and that requires no finding that the board did anything wrong. Second, you can remand it to the board to do the one thing that's missing, study the feasible middle ground alternatives. Either path works for me. If you'd rather condition it, I'd ask for 3 concrete changes. Reduce the width of the upper floor, add setback to the north, view facing side, and lower the ridge. If you'd rather remand, set it back with direction to analyze exactly those options. That's all View Equity asks for, that avoidable harm to neighbors being minimized before it's approved, not after. Requiring that analysis takes nothing away from my neighbor's right to build a beautiful 2-story home. It just makes sure the balance the city promised actually gets struck. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll let you know if we have questions after
Okay.
the
Thank you.
speakers. Any persons to speak in favor of the appeal?
Good evening, Mayor Orgel, council members and staff. My name is Karen LeGroux, and I am co-owner of 369 Locust Street, up the street and across from this property. I have lived there for many years with my now adult children, and currently I live near Bluebird Park. My sister Julie Padilla also has lived at this home as co-owner of this home at 369 Locust. Our parents, Dawn and Ann Pokinghorn, 89 and 90 years old, currently live at 369 Locust, now in the front cottage. Our parents have mobility issues at their age and stage in life, staying mostly close to home and on their porch and garden, with the view also. So one might say it is and always will be a well-loved Laguna family home for 3 generations. Can we show, oh, we're showing it, okay. So when I saw the story poles there, and can you go to the next, this is a little hazy day. This is the next slide that shows the ocean. I am one of 10 co-appellants and stand here today to also represent my family, my sister, and my parents. I support my neighbor's right to build a 2-story home. We're not asking you to preserve our view in its entirety. But as you can see, I believe there's 20% left. If you look at the right side after the story poles and building is the orange covered there. I'm asking whether the required analysis was done, and I'm grateful that our city council members took the time leading up to this meeting to visit and see this view, which I don't think the design review board saw. You can see from the visuals, the before and then the after. The view is very much gone. This is from the living room, the primary living space at 369 Locust. The story poles block the ocean and horizon at a large percentage. The light blue shows the sky and the medium blue shows the ocean. Although to see the other image, this image, the blues are enhanced. The other was a foggy day in May, I forgot, in the spring or early summer. The photo was taken when I first saw the poles up. At this hearing, I asked the city council members for a lower percentage of view obstruction than we see right here. And the record doesn't show why doing that wasn't feasible in the construction. I ask if you could please add conditions reducing the upper level massing on the view side or send it back to the board to analyze the alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in support of the appeal?
Hello, I'm Ray Triplett, 336 Locust. We're in a condominium that shares a wall with 334 Locust, Carol Racine. She couldn't be here today and asked me to speak for her because she is the most impacted by this proposed development. Question, I'm going to read Carol's letter to you, but if I then speak on my own, is that a separate 3 minutes? Okay, now I'll read Carol's letter.
Thank you.
I submitted a letter yesterday to you. Okay, my name is Carol Racine and I own 334 Locust, adjoining condominiums located next to the new project. I look out and over the existing roof of 332 from my master bedroom window and deck on the second floor of my home. The entire second level of my home will be severely affected by the architectural design presented to the board. As a property owner with ties to Laguna that go back 20 years, I support a property owner's right to improve their home. I have no objection to my neighbors adding a second story. I do object to the proposed design of the expansion of the second floor that will, as the story poles indicate, completely eliminate at least 90% of my ocean view, in addition to our other neighbor who just spoke. I am not the only neighbor affected by this design. There are 10 co-appellants in this appeal, all of whom will lose meaningful portions of their existing ocean views under the current design. The cumulative effect on our neighborhood is substantial and deserving of thoughtful consideration. I'm aware of only one design presented for your consideration, in addition to the unacceptable one of them digging down 5 feet and having a flat roof. That effectively leave it as I see it. That effectively leaves it as I see it. Only two choices: approve it as submitted despite its significant impact on neighborhood properties, or reject it entirely. Neither outcome seems fair or equitable to anyone involved. As the homeowner who will be most affected directly, because she lives right next door to it, by this remodel, in particular the expansion of the second floor level of the home, I respectfully ask you to require that additional design alternatives be considered. Seeing alternatives would not only deny anyone the right to build, it would simply encourage a more equitable solution that respects the interests of the homeowners currently living in this beautiful neighborhood. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience with this process.
Can I ask you a question? The
Yeah.
336, as you facing the house, is it on the right?
It's on the right.
Okay, thanks.
Next person's speaking in favor of the appeal.
My name's George Baskovich. I'm at 352 Locust. First of all, I want to thank you for your service and the amount of patience and diligence that you've displayed. We've been here for 3 hours watching you. Your job is tough and you've done very well. Much better than the design review board, which didn't really pay attention to anything we had to say. And I'd like to start by reiterating what Mr. Homer said about the errors, the factual errors that were presented by design review that are reflected in the record, I might add. One of the reviewers stated that at our property, the best views of the ocean are out the front. Here's window 1 out the front. There is no ocean view. The next slide is window 2. There is no ocean view. The only ocean view that remains in our house is from the master bedroom on the second floor, and that's the next slide, hopefully. Is there another slide? Because I sent you 3. Okay, so the master bedroom window is where our view is, our only remaining view. And the proposed design as it stands, and the architect will attest to that because I showed him our situation, is basically 70% removed. All I'm asking for is some alternative designs for that second story. If it's moved 6 feet or 6 feet's taken out, 5 to 6 feet on the top, that would help Carol Racine preserve her view. It would at least diminish our view by 50% as opposed to 70 or 80%. Those options were never discussed. It was a very dismissive presentation that Design Review Board did. They seemed oblivious to our concerns, and that was very distressing. I have not seen, you folks have really taken this stuff seriously, and I just would ask you to send that back to the board for reconsideration and other options, which we were presented none of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other persons to speak in favor of the appeal?
I'm probably going to get in trouble. I didn't plan on speaking, but I've heard everyone else give their sort of their testimony of their roots to the community and so forth. And I could probably talk about my husband's grandparents coming here and buying property in the 60s and his parents in the 70s and then us in the 80s. And now our kids are raising their families here, or family. And I know that you guys have similar roots. And I know none of that matters in this process, but it should. Because people who are in a community live in congenial relations with each other. We're in a close proximal space here at the beach. We don't have a lot of space in between the homes. And what I've heard some of the older people, and I myself have just retired, we plan on getting old in our house as his parents and grandparents did before them. One of the only things we have left is that beautiful view from our master bedroom and from our deck, which is every morning when I open the drapes, now I see the story poles and I just want to shut them because it's an obstruction of our entire view from our bedroom, as you saw the other day. But all of that to say, I know that doesn't matter. It should though, because investment in the community is important, and I know you know that. And we are public servants as well. My husband's a retired emergency room physician. I just retired from being a nurse. We know what it's like to serve the public, but we also know what it's like to live in community. We've made concessions for our neighbors. They've made concessions for us. And we do live in a nice neighborhood. We want to keep that North Laguna Tree Street vibe going. I don't see why an investor can just come in and throw up a plan and without anybody objecting to it when so many people obviously had objections to it from the planning committee. I mean, and we're just asking you to reconsider it. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? Seeing none, I will allow the presentation for the applicant, 5 minutes.
Good evening now, board. Mayor Orgill, members of the council, I'm Matt Gummo of Alder James, architect for the owner at 332 Locust. Thank you for your time this evening. Before anything else, I want to say that I don't doubt the sincerity of the neighbors speaking today. Watching story poles go up next door can be unsettling, and I understand why. But story poles show an envelope. They don't show a building. They mark the outer maximum with nothing in between. They read as a solid mass without articulation, and what gets built is not a solid mass. Your own board made this point in May. When a view is affected, the tendency is to focus on the poles rather than the full view. The board didn't do that. They stood inside these neighboring homes, looked at the whole view, and voted 5-0. There's an impact here. The board found there was, and weighed it. What there isn't is the impact you'd infer from a tightly framed photograph of story poles. I'm here to show you what the board saw. Starting with 2 numbers. The ceilings on the lower level of this house are set at 8 feet tall. The plates on the upper level are set to 7 feet. 7-foot plates are not what an architect draws when counting on negotiating height through multiple rounds of design review. When there's room to give as a strategy, you see 10-foot plates that become 9. You see a program 20% larger than anyone needs, so there's something to hand back later. Every one of you has sat through that hearing. That is not this project. We came in at the floor. The only reason that second story is livable at all is that we leaned into a cozy feel, a pitched dormer over the primary at a low 2.5 and 12 slope. Every one of those choices cost us interior volume. We made them to keep the building mass down. So when the appeal says we didn't consider alternatives, this design is the alternative. The low plates, the roof forms, where the upper floor sits, that isn't what's left after a negotiation. We started here. The ground floor is roughly 40 feet wide. The second floor, 23 feet facing the street, 29.5 at the rear. We deliberately pulled the entire second story away from the northeast side of the lot. 10.5 feet at the rear, 17 at the front. Every one of the 5 parcels on this appeal is on the side we pulled away from. We pulled away as far as the plan allowed and put what remained over the southwest wall, where our neighbors, the Robertsons, have written twice in support of this project. Board Member Weil described exactly this effort in May. Shifting the building left leaves views and angled views for the homeowners up the hill, and he'd walked the site and saw it. It's also been said that we moved floor area upstairs to gain height. We moved it upstairs because of open space. LB's open space requirement is 40% of gross living area. It scales with the size of the house. So the moment we added living area, the requirement went up from roughly 990 square feet to 1134. We answered that by taking open space from 1,006, which no longer met the new requirement, to 1,286. The addition raised the requirement by about 140 feet. We provided 280 in the one place that badly needed it. The rear yard on this property was leftover slivers around an awkward footprint. Taking area off the ground is what turns that into a yard somebody can actually use. That's what the open space standard is for. A central claim of the appeal is that the board's findings aren't supported by the evidence. What they cite for that is two phrases, a small peekaboo view, and if you're over 6 feet tall, attributed in the appeal to two different board members, as though two people looked separately and each concluded the view was gone. In fact, it was one board member, one sentence, and it described an existing condition, not something our project creates. Page 10 of the transcript reads, from 352, you really get a nice view from the primary areas. There's a small peekaboo view from the primary bedroom if you're standing far back, and if you're over 6 feet tall. She goes on to say, so what you lose by having to downgrade the size of your upper story doesn't provide you the proper equity that you deserve to build your home. Under your own code, when a design review decision carries 4 or more votes, the question in front of you isn't whether some different house was possible. It's whether the board followed the law and whether the record supports what they decided. That record is 5-0. Site visits to neighboring homes, including Mr. Homer's, story polls, and a condition the board wrote themselves to protect a neighbor's privacy. I'd suggest the record holds and offer a closing thought. This council has spent real effort trying to streamline design review, to reward applicants who do the work up front instead of arriving with padding built in. We took that seriously. We designed to the floor, and a unanimous board told us we'd found the balance. If a project drawn at 8-foot ceilings and 7-foot plates still gets whittled on appeal, the lesson to every architect listening is simple. Next time, bring fat. I'd respectfully ask that you deny the appeal and sustain the board's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any persons in opposition of the appeal to speak? None? Okay, then we'll open it up for a rebuttal. Just one person doing the rebuttal.
Greg Homer, lead appellant. So I thought that was an interesting presentation. The one thing that you didn't hear was alternatives. And that's the sole basis for our appeal. What you also heard about was, I don't know who Mr. Robertson is. I think that was his name, but I suspect that he's the neighbor below the project, which means his view isn't affected at all. I'm sorry. I think that pretty well covers it. It didn't dispute any of our basis for appeal, which is that these alternatives be considered. Oh, the idea that somehow the fat was taken out before the project came in. Where were the residents in this fat burning process? I mean, this was what, a discussion they had with themselves about how to minimize view impact. Obviously, it didn't please the neighbors, and they didn't get any input from anybody. They sent out a notice a week before the hearing date. And when people showed up and offered them ideas and asked them questions, this gentleman offered nothing. So I don't know what all this talk is about taking out the fat in advance. Talk to the neighbors. That's how this process is supposed to work. That's what view equity is supposed to mean. I also want to reiterate George's comments. I am proud to have a city council like this. You guys are very thoughtful and very bright. And thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions of staff or appellant or the applicant?
Picture that
Excuse me,
never shown.
you can come up.
I
and talk
think
to
it actually
Emery.
got put up. It got put up
With the window.
with the window.
Okay.
Yeah, so we saw that.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of staff or the applicant or appellant from council?
Maybe to Madam City Attorney. So it sounds like the crux of the argument is essentially one where you could hypothetically have achieved, and I don't want to paraphrase, I don't want to not properly articulate what Mr. Homer was saying, but that by not showing the alternative analysis, that means that view equity, the findings behind it can't be met. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, so, Councilmember, so I think that's a fair paraphrasing of their argument. I don't think we have a requirement for an alternative analysis built into the code. I think, the concept of an alternative project, or, that exists in like a CEQA document or, in other scenarios, but it doesn't exist by virtue of all view equity that anytime we have a project in the city. So the application of view equity is sort of what you typically do. You look at surrounding factors and evaluate from different perspectives, but it doesn't require actual project alternatives.
Other questions? Okay, then I'll close the public testimony and bring it back for council. Any other comments from anybody? I'll start then. I think that, and I would like to make a point about Matt's comments regarding his efforts to come in with a project that had some of these considerations made, meaning he didn't build a lot of what we refer to as fat into it. And I do appreciate, because I know what he's talking about, because I happen to sit on the subcommittee that's been dealing with some of these things. And we do see oftentimes architects come in with these exploded versions of these projects. And I also find, you might have heard me earlier when we were talking about, the fabric of Laguna and the village charm. I also think that this design captures that part of what we are. He mentioned that he has 7-foot plate heights. I appreciate that. 8-foot plate heights on the lower floor. I appreciate that. So what I'm dealing with here now is I have a conflict between, and I do think that the architecture looks far better, the proposed design, than currently is there, which is another issue. Doesn't always happen to us. So the issue really is just about the view ordinance. So the view issue, I do appreciate the architect's effort to design what I think is a very neighborhood compatible design. And he did not max it out, and the site coverage is appropriate. And so I just wanted to make that point going into this. And I'd like to hear what my other council members have to say. And then we'll talk about view a little bit more.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. I think the size of the house overall is modest and really appropriate for the neighborhood. I think it's beautifully designed. So I agree with that. And I'm interested in seeing if we can work through some of these view issues a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, while it's blocking views, it's very modest. It's extremely compared to what we usually see. This is very, very modest remodel. So we'll have to, maybe we can sort through the view issues, but I agree with what the mayor said is about it being very modest, because, we do this all the time. You usually get these gigantic projects that you just wish they do their work first and not make us do their work, because that's what usually happens, is we have to trim it down or send it back, or, as you saw before, trying to design it from up here as best we can. Just puts us in a bad position when people don't just bring forward what they want to get approved. So I do appreciate that, Matt.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to, Mayor, if we could, I'd like to hear from Matt a little further. I mean, I agree it's a beautiful design, but I do have a couple questions about how we approach the process.
Sure, then I'll open public testimony and ask Matt to come to the podium, please.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, it is a beautiful design, but a couple questions. So how did you approach getting neighborhood input? What did you get? Did you get input from the neighbors? Did they send you emails? Can you describe that?
Yeah, combination. So the city requires us to sign an affidavit that basically states that we took efforts to engage with the neighborhood beyond the hearing itself. So we sent out our own letter inviting them to a meeting at the site in the front yard, at which time the stakes had been up. We had a pretty good showing, as you can imagine, and had a discussion. I would say that it's one of those situations, unfortunately, where Many of those who positively responded to the project aren't here, but there was a lot of positive response for the reasons that you mentioned, having to do with character and neighborhood compatibility. And I think considering what the existing building looks like and what it could potentially be if it were a different homeowner who had bought the property and could be pursuing something, quite different. I did receive emails, phone calls from neighbors, many of which are here, and went to I'm forgetting the address, but two up north, and went into their bedroom, and they showed me around, and we stood on the deck and we looked at the views and the impacts. And it's also, and we discussed potential alternatives. There was a discussion about lowering the entire building plate. I explained that that's hard because there's rules about demolition amounts that you can do that really get into floor plates and roofs and all that and how it all combines. But that even if we did go that route, we're looking at 2 feet above a horizon line that stretches, that's pretty panoramic. If we were to lower the whole thing 2 feet, we still wouldn't breach the horizon line in that one corridor, which travels right over the middle of our site. So unfortunately, in the dialogue leading up to this, it was clear, we had taken approaches in the design to really consider how this building should be massed. And it's not just tied to trying to get them away, get the top level away from the uphill homes, but also to integrate the way that you even traverse and get upstairs. So, the roof line from the lower level continues up from one angle up to become the roof line of the upper level. And that's hard to do. You've got stairs, you've got to worry about head heights. So it's all keyed together and all concentrated toward that side of the house to try to mitigate those concerns that we were receiving upslope. So we met with the design review board. We were open to anyone who reached out to us. We reached back. There was no one left unanswered.
Sorry. Were there suggestions you received that you incorporated, or?
I would say the only suggestions that we received were lower the first floor, sink it, basically, because that was imposed on them when they had done through theirs, or go to a flat roof, which would completely change. And all of the suggestions that I've heard or considered are these, it's like we'd be chasing our tail all day long because we move the building mass in and all of a sudden we're impacting another neighborhood. Like, this is one of those situations where you try to shoot the best fit you can, and we feel that we did that. Other than those two very specific concrete suggestions, it's all been just sort of general. It could be an alternative that I think is hopeful in some mind's eyes, but hard for me as an architect to imagine satisfying everyone.
So I'm just looking at the south elevation, proposed south elevation, which is on page 5 of our staff report. But the back building's got the pitch going the other way, and the front building's got sort of the roof line going longitudinally on the lot, which tends to take more horizontal space, I guess, if you will.
That's the view that the south elevation, that's the view that Bill Robertson voiced support in 2 separate letters to the committee. He lives on that side. There's no other complaints on that side of the building.
Yeah, but my question was going to be if on the front building, the roof line ran like it does on the back building, would that have improved views uphill at all? Or
I don't think in the corridors we're talking about. I think that would actually put a broadside to the street and run the ridge in entirely the wrong direction.
Okay. All right. That was my question. Thank you.
And on that note, though, I'm glad you brought it up because the roof line, you'll notice on the high level actually goes down in the front before the dormer down to a 3-foot plate height, which obviously doesn't create meaningful interior volume. But we did it with the dormer to create the appearance of a smaller home. We took every measure we could to try to make this mass and scale right.
Well, I guess maybe the last question I have is, you know, you had to take out 300 and something square feet of program on the ground floor. I know there's the open space requirements, but I think that's, I can't remember the exact number, but in the staff report, you took out a little more, like 150 square feet or something more than required. And just, you're above the open space minimum by 150 feet, put it that way. So you could have had a little more program down below. Did you ever consider a smaller second story and a larger downstairs?
Yes, we did. And when you think about the way a single family home works and you think about family configurations, you might be tempted to say, well, let's just make the second story all primary bedroom. But then you imagine a family moving into that house, and maybe it's a family with young kids or a baby, and you're on the opposite floor to a young kid. That's not a comfortable situation. So to me, it seems important to have a second bedroom on the second level. And if you look at the floor plan layouts, we're not talking about aggressively large spaces. The kid's bedroom is like 10.5 feet clear inside. And the bedroom on the second floor obviously would need a dedicated bathroom because it wouldn't be reasonable to require that they use the primary bathroom.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I thought you wrapped it up. So do we have any comments down at this end of the aisle?
I think the public hearing is still open because we did bring Matt up for additional
but-
questions. So,
I'm asking if there's any questions of
okay.
Matt. Any questions of Matt?
No, I can't really think of any questions. Matt, do you have any suggestions that might alleviate some of their concern? I get it when you try to move something because now you start blocking somebody else's view and you just, as you said, chasing your tail. I totally get that because we've been through that as well.
I remember a conversation I had with board member Weil on the rooftop deck at the neighbors. You know, could we pull the bathroom in a foot or a couple feet? But when we actually looked at the impact that would have, it really didn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't think anyone would be happy if we brought in the bathroom a foot, and the trade-off would be, an even smaller bedroom suite up top. So this is truly a difficult one. I do like the idea of consensus. I really do. That was the goal from this design from the beginning, was to try to, and you can tell, try to get everything away as much as we can while still enjoying a second story. So.
Thank you. Okay, I can see there's some other folks that want to talk, so I'm going to allow 1 minute. Remember, I brought Matt up here to ask him a question, so there's a difference. But I will allow 1 minute per person, and then if any of the council members wish to ask you a question, they can.
My comments are specifically in response to the architect's testimony here. So first of all, I want to remind you from one, the view blockage is the same for all of the co-appellants. It's the same corridor that's blocked. This is not a case of whack-a-mole. Second, if you look at all of the images, the view is blocked to the top of the ocean horizon line. All of this stuff about it's only 7 feet, it's only 6 feet, they could make it 20 feet. It's not going to change the view. What matters is the scope, where it's placed, whether it's moved back, those kinds of things. These are the things to be explored.
Thank you.
So we didn't get contacted, or no, I was actually overseas when I came back and saw the story polls, the quick process of it all. So we didn't know about.
Did you receive the postcard that he mentioned?
I tracked it down through Anne Marie because I'm not familiar with this, but because I'm a co-owner, it got lost in my sister's mail. I never knew.
Okay.
The small postcard. I wish that process was different. When I found out about the design, so most houses with a second story, it's on the back, not towards the front, where then it isn't view equity and it blocks views. And when he's the person below him isn't blocked. It's a beautiful home below, but you did see how much is blocked, and I don't think the design review board or anybody ever knew or spoke with us about it. And I'm sorry, I wasn't in the country, and that's when we traveled that part of the year. My husband would like to talk also.
Okay, I'm going to keep it to 1 minute, you guys.
Three things, Matt. First of all, your design, the way it looks is good. So that part I agree with. Number one, when the flags were posted and the lines were posted and our community meeting was held, the flagged line was about 2 feet lower than the pole tops, which we corrected after the fact, but that was after our commentary period. So that's one point. The other point is you didn't mention the fact that, yeah, digging down won't work, but narrowing even by 2 feet would help with Carol's view and would allow us at least a corridor view. So that's not that big a deal.
But George, when you say narrowing by 2 feet, you're talking about off
On the
the
west
front?
side.
No,
On the west, on the alley side.
on the alley side?
Yeah, not the front. The front's fine. I mean, we're okay there. It's
Got it.
just that, and that's what hits Carol the most. 2 feet would make a world of difference for her. It would help us too.
Excuse me?
Calm down there, Mayor Pro Tem.
She gets feisty, doesn't she?
How wide is that? How wide is it on the back? Staff,
Who do you want to ask that question to?
how wide is the structure in the back? Yeah.
Just the upper story.
No, I get that. That's what I'm asking.
The existing second unit on the second floor of the rear structure is 26 feet, 3 inches approximately.
Thank you. Thank you.
Were you asking about the front structure or the rear? This is the rear building. I think
Yes.
you were asking about the front structure, second floor.
George's
Yeah,
comment.
I think that's the front structure, second floor, that one.
Isn't that what I asked? Or no?
Just under 29 feet, it looks like.
Okay.
So is the consensus that 2 feet off the top, the second floor, off the backside would resolve these view issues? It's still open, public hearing. Testimony is still open.
This is good. Leave that up. The issue with pulling 2 feet off the back is how the structure's circulation interlocks here. So you'll notice that the stairs themselves kind of in the center of the block there. If we pull 2 feet in, that full 29-foot line, we've effectively reduced the bedroom that you see there without moving the stairs, which right now the stairs need to be in that location in order even to make head clearances because of how low the roof is. The width of that bedroom then becomes 8 feet. And I don't think that an 8-foot bedroom is a reasonable ask. I just don't see how moving that in 2 feet results in us having 2 bedrooms up top.
There was in reading the staff report and the minutes from the design review, there was discussion about the idea, okay, hypothetically you could have put this program onto the ground floor, but then there was discussion about the open space requirements. Can you speak to that?
Earlier, we talked about building site coverage. This whole thing frustrates me to no end. But open space in an R2, basically, it becomes a variance. This is a red line. So if you go over your open space, or if you're not in compliance with open space, then you have to ask for a variance.
So
And it's a really difficult dance because it scales with the size of the living space. And you have to have 40% of your living area is open space, 60% of that clear to sky, which means 60% has to go on the ground. The rest can go on decks. I don't think anyone's going to be happy with us doing roof decks. So it's,
So I'm summarizing and understanding your testimony fully. What you're saying is that if you push this in 2 feet, that would turn the bedroom into an 8-foot wide bedroom. Did I accurately describe that?
That's correct. Yes.
And then the counter to that would be in terms of because I don't think anyone here has said that this is not a McMansion we haven't heard that testimony.
1,900 square
1,900
feet.
square feet, right? So then the alternative would be a design that would essentially require a variance based on the open space requirements in the RG.
And also, and I would argue giving up a site benefit that others enjoy, having a yard.
Yeah, but just take that aside. What you're saying is that if this was all on the ground floor, it would not be code compliant. It'd
That is
require a
correct.
variance.
That
Okay.
is correct.
Thank
If our 1,900 square feet were on the ground floor, there's no way to make it
Yeah,
code
it
compliant.
doesn't comply. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any more questions for me?
No.
I don't know,
Yeah.
Matt, you're a creative guy. I mean, you're saying that can't work, or it's a lot of work to make it work. I mean, isn't there a way to take a couple feet off and reconfigure this upstairs? I mean, it's 11 foot 4 inches now. That would go down to what, 9.4?
11'4", including a 6-inch stud wall on the left and a 4-inch stud wall on the right. So your dimensions going to the outside face of stud there. So if you take away your stud, you're actually clearance, you're at 10'6", so it'd be 8'6" clear. Title 24 requires 2x6 studs. We can't do a 2x4 anymore for insulation values. And if we could, we would have to push the insulation to the outside. We'd be gaining more, more inches going the wrong direction.
So we're trying to make everybody happy, obviously.
And you can see the other issue is not, I mean, the bedroom itself is one issue. The 8'6" is, I think we would all agree, an unreasonable size for a bedroom. The primary bathroom too is pretty efficient right now. Normally we're putting in, private water closets and stuff. We've foregone that. The roof line over the sinks is really low. Like, because of the way these roof lines work, the mirrors are gonna have to be super creative. But we're leaning into that charm.
And I appreciate that. And I also appreciate you not squeezing in an additional ADU to try to maximize everything and get around all of the rules.
We'll save that for another day. Not at this property.
Any other questions?
Just for the city attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Madam City Attorney, it sounds, my understanding based on the review of the staff report and the code is that there's essentially 2 entitlements before us. There's or potentially 3. So there's the design review, that was a 5-0 decision. Is that accurate? So then in that scenario, we're up here in a quasi judicial role. We're supposed to just basically look at the evidence, look at the decision that they made and determine if there's an abuse of discretion.
Correct.
And then there's a revocable encroachment permanent sequel, which we haven't really heard arguments about. That could be a de novo, or not de novo, but that's where we can look at their evidence.
Correct.
Okay.
Those two don't have the same limitations that the code puts onto design review.
So I think the way that I look at this is I really empathize with all the neighbors and the view impacts, but I think that we're here in the role that we are in, which with the quasi judicial hat on, and given this was a 5-0 decision, if I were on the design review board, I might have looked at this differently. I might have approached it in a way that, I don't know, I couldn't speak to that. It's hard for me to imagine myself being on the design review board. But in the scenario before us, it seems like I don't see an abuse of discretion how the design review board made the decision. And it seems like based on the testimony we heard from the architect, it doesn't seem like there's some easy fix here where we could just squeeze 2 feet off and protect a view without really taking from the property owner's reasonable right to have a second story here, which as both the minutes from the design review board reflect, but also the testimony he just gave in response to my questions would not really, if this was all ground floor, 1,900 square foot home, that would require a variance. And so we shouldn't be in the business of forcing, and I don't think that's what the neighbors are asking for. I think the neighbors are asking for ways to protect their view, but I just don't see that there's an easy solution to do that via a restrictive condition. But I also just more broadly don't see an abuse of discretion on the part of design review. So I'm inclined, I want to hear what my colleagues think, and maybe there's some brilliant solution that could apply a restrictive condition in a fair way. But given the facts in front of us in the administrative record, I don't see that. So I'm inclined to vote to deny the appeal. But again, I want to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, I'll turn to Mayor Pro Tem.
Always put me on the hot seat. It's what I deserve, I guess.
Well, you were piping in earlier, so I thought you wanted to
No,
continue.
it serves me right. I'm really sympathetic to the neighbors and the view concerns. And I think that this project is about as well designed as it possibly could be for the legal landscape and the restrictions of the lot. I don't see any brilliant solution that's going to make the situation better for the neighbors. I just don't.
Any further comments, Bob?
No, I think Alex articulated the legal standard correctly. I mean, we'd have to find abuse of discretion. I don't see an abuse of discretion. I mean, I think I would have approached it differently on the DR, but that's not what we're not here doing de novo on it. I'd just like to think with the 637 square foot, second story addition, there would be a way to, a 2-foot reduction is a pretty modest ask, but I don't think I don't think we can just unilaterally impose that if it's not something the architect thinks is easily achievable. So I don't know. It's not ideal, but I don't see an abuse of discretion.
Councilmember Kemp?
Well, I'm waiting. Do you have anything brilliant to say, Mayor, about this?
Well, I was just going to call on you to make a motion.
Well, I'm stewing about it too. I'm thinking about it, but I don't know what to, I can't find any wiggle room, to be honest with you.
Well, do you want to talk to Matt again? You want me to open?
Well, Matt's
The only
already-
way we're going to find a compromise is if Matt thinks that there's a way to do it.
But Matt just said he didn't think so.
Okay, well, then that's it.
I don't know.
And then as they just mentioned, was there an abuse of discretion? So you don't think there's abuse? Alex doesn't think
I
that
don't.
there's an abuse. Bob doesn't think that there's an abuse.
I don't believe there's an abuse of discretion.
That's for people that do not think that there was an abuse of discretion. Is anybody interested in hearing any members of the public? There's some hands coming up to you. Would it help benefit anybody to hear any members of the? No, I think we're okay. They don't see a need to. Okay, so then let's have a motion.
I'd move the staff recommendation.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll second first.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved. And that concludes our tonight's meeting. Meeting adjourned.